We're a couple minutes early because I admittedly just kind of hit all the buttons, not quite looking exactly at the clock. I just went, oh, it's probably 2 o'clock. Click, click, click. Uh-oh. But we're like 2 minutes early. Oh no, end of world. Anyway, I did a little bit of prep since last time. Not a ton, and it probably won't have too much of a visible impact, but I'll talk you through it anyway. You'll notice my vitality is now 20. We now have 75 equip load. It doesn't do a ton for us in the grand scheme of things, but it opens up our carrying capacity a little bit, to the point where I'm wearing the Alone Night leggings now for some more protection. Like, our head's the lowest protection we have, but that, when we swap to our combat head, gets a lot better, though actually that is a bit of a problem. Oh, that is an issue. I did not realize it's going to put me over 50% with the leg change. I didn't account for changing off of the Jester head. Maybe we don't wear the Alone leggings then. Wear Vengarl boots then. Those are still very good defense, as you can see by the amounts we have. That should give me enough room. Yeah, we're at 48% with the Hide Knight Iron Mask. This way we have very good protection when I need to do a boss fight, and still pretty good protection across the board when we're doing just general travel. The mild concern I do have is we are going to be going back to the Black Gulch at some point, because we didn't do that yet, and our poison protection's not the best. That said, the Alone Knight armor would have been worse for poison, so, you know, there's that. And it's not that big a difference between our Wanderer boots and the Vengarl boots, so I suppose it's fine in terms of that. Now, if we go look at our inventory as a whole, you'll notice I have a few more things than I had before, because I did some grinding. I was trying to get a Bolt Stone off of the basilisks in the Brightstone Cove. I did not succeed, but I ended up with a collection of Mastodon Greatswords, Zweihanders, and other odds and ends, including some extra Mail Breakers and a lot of Ricard Rapiers, because the spiders in there drop these things. So I ended up with all of those copies because of the spiders, as well as some Great Scythes, which I might play around with those because I was messing around with the idea of using Reapers. And as you can see, a +5 Great Scythe is pretty potent. 210's nothing to sneeze at. The Scythes are just a little weird to work with, so there's some mixed results there. I was considering making that a Dark Scythe, but considering we already have the literal Dark Scythe, it seems kind of silly. Not to mention, we do have the availability of the Roaring Halberd, even though I can't use it still. Like, we have a lot of swords that I'm thinking about doing things with, and I really do like the Bastard Sword, but the fact that it's got the Greatsword moveset in this game probably means that's not going to get used. I just don't like the Greatsword moveset. I don't remember if we picked up the Dark Pyromancy Flame on camera or not, but we have that now. So I'm probably going to replace our Pyromancy Flame with that, since it scales with hollowing, and we end up hollowed a decent amount. Shield-wise, I think we're just going to stick with using the Catalyst as a shield and not really worrying about it too much from there. I don't think I picked up any rings. We do have quite the collection of rings, but... Oh wait, I did pick up the Southern Ritual Band +1, so we can have yet one more attunement slot if we end up in a position where we would need that. Which, there's actually a discussion to be had about that idea. Because, spell-wise, I picked up a couple new things. I have a second copy of Emit Force, which is one very handy thing, and I found someone selling Heavenly Thunder. Now, Heavenly Thunder comes from the sky down in a bunch of random places. So, I don't know if I'll actually use that. But there's potential for that to be useful. I found that there was an NPC directly above where we fought the priest and his congregation in Brightstone Cove. 'Cause I basically walked around Brightstone Cove a bunch. Because while I was grinding, it's like, okay, I may as well poke my nose around a little bit while I'm at it. Make sure there's not anything important I missed. Because I did a bunch of, like, just backtracking and cleanup. We did pick up a Fire Drake stone from the Basilisks. I just failed to get a Bolt stone. So we can use fire. Unfortunately, that doesn't help with the Iron Keep problem, which is kind of what I was trying to solve. We did get another Mundane stone, another Raw stone. We've got a bunch of odds and ends laying about. And I found a couple bonfires that I didn't find before, which slightly annoyed me that I missed these. One of which being the actual area for Doors of Pharos. Because if you remember where that elephant man that we fought was here in Brightstone Cove, turns out directly behind him, in that area that looked like it was underwater, was actually a path. And I got into the locked room because turns out there was a jump you could make that led you into that room. But by the time I realized that that bonfire was there, we had already been at the ground floor, so I obviously didn't want to go back up and then come back down again at the time. So that's how that happened. I did not really do too much else in terms of finding my way places. There was, like I said, just a bunch of grinding that happened. Hence how we have the aforementioned 20 vitality now. There is a part of me that's thinking about reworking my stats a bit. Specifically actually lowering my faith a little bit and potentially swapping the dexterity over to strength. Based on what we've been continuing to use. But I've not committed to that thought yet, is I don't have to. Like, we can use that stat reset at any time, really. So it's not pivotal that I decide that right now. And we're not really struggling aside from against the Iron Keep. The Iron Keep is the only problem we've really run into that I couldn't just bash my way through. Oh, actually, there is one other thing I found that I forgot to address, and seeing Fireball reminded me. In Brightstone Cove, we also found Great Fireball, which I probably won't use because it's only got 3 charges, but just mentioning the fact that I found that. This way people know about the things I found. And I did catch wind when I was double checking things of a encounter in Brightstone Cove that I missed. That would be quite interesting, but I don't know exactly where to encounter it, so we might not worry about that. I feel like there is somewhere down there that I neglected to check on, but we'll worry about that in the future. I do want to take y'all to the Doors of Pharos, since we do still have some Pharos Lockstones left on hand, and it's new territory. And it means avoiding going into Black Gulch for a bit longer, so it makes me happy. Yeah, see this pathway right here? There's the Elephant Man. Literally, you just walk under here, and that's where the bonfire is. I just didn't happen to come back here because we went down the whole thing for Brightstone Cove and just didn't turn around. Oh, and I picked up a bunch of iron arrows because I had money. What? You're not real? Are you a lie? Oh? Okay. If he's chillin', I'm chillin'. I'm fine with that. I don't understand what's wrong with him, but I'm not gonna question it. Enemy ahead and short pointless. Ah, we have a Pharos Lockstone prompt here on the floor, so I'm assuming this is the only way to open the door. Oh, it's just one of you. Something seems to be definitively broken at the moment. Because I feel like he should be active too. What is going on here? Did the game break while I was AFK in the game? Because everything was working just fine yesterday. I feel like something is dramatically glitched out here. Hang on. Let me quickly save and quit. I feel like something's wrong. I feel like the enemies there should be reacting to my presence and attacking me? And I don't know why. Worst case, we'll go to somewhere I know I've been fighting and see if it's just those enemies that are being weird. Hey, bud. It's like I couldn't even lock on to him. No, I still can't lock on to him. And somebody is fighting that, or at least attacking that. Huh. Let me go back to the Elephant Man outside here. I'm wondering if my game is just straight up glitched out. And I really am not sure what to do about that if that is the case. That is weird timing. Now I can lock onto him. And he acts, so I guess maybe it's just Doors of Pharos that's weird. Okay, that's fine. That's completely fine. Because I assume then that that's actually a mechanic then. He says, mostly hoping. Oh wait, no! No, I think I might have a theory actually on that one, which we'll address here in a second. It might actually be related to the Rat King Covenant. Because I seem to recall things being mentioned that there are some weird interactions with that covenant in the Doors of Pharos as well. I don't know why they would be connected, but it's possible. Now, I'm not saying that is fact, that's just, like, long left conjecture in the back of my brain. Now, I don't know why the Gurm and the Mastodons in here would be different than the ones right outside, though. That's the weird part. But there is, like, a nameplate that pops up, so maybe? Let's see if this Lockstone does anything. I presume that did something, but I don't rightly know what. It made a lot of noise, whatever it did. So, considering how this place is riddled with bloodstains, I have to assume there's something dangerous here. Some kind of dog creature there, too. Huh. This is a bizarre experience, walking in here and not being attacked. Well, if by bug or by game mechanics I am protected, I'm going to accept this, I suppose. Because all these creatures won't attack me. So these things are, like, pretty rat-like, so maybe the Rat King Covenant is the reason. There's another Pharos Lockstone spot there. I really feel like we're not gonna be able to get that far in here, because I'm down to my last stone already. Because I wasted one on that enemy spawn. Which, yeah, they said it was pointless, but when do I trust these signs to be completely true? Dang it. What's up, man? Oh, guess we're not really getting anywhere in here. I'm pretty sure that was my last stone. Yep, I'm out of lock stones. Well, that sucks. Gonna have to find or buy more Orpheros lock stones out in the world before we can do anything else here then, I guess. I'm pretty sure that the noise we heard, though, was this pathway over here opening. And I just didn't notice it because it was too far away. And slightly around the bend. Oh, wait, hang on. This might go somewhere. Yeah, that's not how we got here. Duramax and a torch. Well, it technically went somewhere. Just, not very far. I think we already had a Gurmax, didn't we? Or was that a Gurm Great Axe? Okay, no, that was a Gurm Great Axe. So at least we got a smaller axe. It's only 6 weight lighter and 22 strength less. Never mind, that is more significant. Yeah, and those are the ones they throw at you, apparently, so that's a whole thing. Well, we got to have a very weird little experience and burned all of my Pharos Lockstones. And, guess we'll just come back to this idea if I ever get more. Now, what do I want to do as a follow-up thought, then? That's the question. I don't really like the idea of going back to Iron Keep right now, but I'm not the biggest fan of the idea of going to Black Gulch either. And I'm not really sure if there's anywhere else for us to go right now, though, other than those 2 places. I didn't pull up the map because I'm a little bit stupid sometimes, and I didn't pull up the map. So that's a thing. And I feel like I had found one other thing, but I forgot. Because unfortunately I did all this yesterday, and I was pretty focused on that whole Doors of Pharos thing. So I was like, ooh, that could be something. Like, obviously there is still a path we can take here in Shaded Woods, but we can't open it yet. Because that was the one that needs the 4 primal bonfires to be lit first. And that's kind of our big linchpin. Which is obviously stuck behind Iron Keep and somewhere else? I would presume Black Gulch, because again, we're out of other options. So I guess let's go hate myself and go down there. So I'm thinking after we do that, then we go do the Iron Keep the rest of the way. Since we were struggling with the boss fight there so much. To the point where we, like, couldn't even hurt either of them, really. Which I do suspect my dark damage might have been part of the problem there. Is like, if I'm doing literally half damage, then them taking very little from us made sense. But I seem to recall throwing some spears at them too, and they just didn't care. Let's go ahead and swap swords for this for a bit as well. Doesn't really matter what sword I use. I just need something to take some durability damage while I break these statues so they don't spit at me. Because I don't know which ones spit and which ones don't. So I'd like to just break them all. And that's why there's so many bloodstains here, probably, from people sliding off like I just did. You know what? In hindsight, I might have a smarter idea. Well, a couple smarter ideas, actually. Is it... If falling off's the problem, why don't we use something with a little more reach? It also means we're less likely to get got by the statues. Does feel kind of silly using this against just some statues, but you know what? They're scary statues. I don't like them. Get my stuff back. Now, I'd worry about two-handing this for better strength and everything, but we're literally just hitting statues with it. We'll worry about hitting harder if we actually encounter, like, any threats here anytime soon. Which I have to assume there are somewhere in here. Okay, the one at my feet is shooting. Stupid forward input. Stop it. I was just trying to inch forward and then do it, but it kept doing the... Oh, you wanted to do the thing input instead. Fuck you. Okay, it looks like the ones that are... maybe not. I was gonna say, maybe the ones with glowing... Oh, right, these freaks are here. We did encounter these before. And they walloped me bad before. No. Bad, weird leech thing. Yeah, there's another one. Ow. Tough little sucker, aren't you? Thankfully, I can get the statues to shoot them too, apparently, so that's good. A little bit of reach goes a long way against these guys, too. They seem to want to keep trying to close the gap instead of, like, lunging, so we get an advantage there, too. I think this scythe has a lot of durability. Yep, more goop monster. Thankfully, 3 hits from the scythe take them out, so that's actually... I made the right choice bringing this out here. They have sown, but I shall reap. Ow. Fuck you. Pretty sure these are still bow immune. Yeah. Fuck you. There's more than one way to solve a problem. Because y'all know I'm not above throwing lightning spears and such at problems like this. Really, that can't reach you? Come on now. We're watching it contact the base of that thing. Oh my god. Why'd that throw so high? Here, have that. Why are they going up there? What is going on with my spells? There we go, that one went correctly. I don't like this thing. Yeah, that's why I don't like this thing. Ow. How did I get poisoned? I guess just being near that thing poisoned me, or I, like, caught just enough spit, perhaps, to get poisoned. Oh, that sucked. And fuck you. See this nonsense that you're about? I don't like it. One of the many reasons I keep the larger quantity fireball instead of the stronger fireball. Being able to deal with problems that don't necessarily take damage dealing to solve. So I couldn't reach those, but they're not at an angle that they're as big a problem. Oh, you too, huh? Maybe you're the one that poisoned me then. Because I may have just gotten shot from the front and not noticed. This is gonna be slow going through this place, though, I tell ya. And this is why. I had a feeling there was gonna be more of you in all these tunnels. Go ahead. Come out at me again. Oh no. Big scary worm. Ah. I am afeared. Fuck you. God damn it. I have a bad feeling about this section coming up, though. Those pools definitely scream monsters. Hello? Yep, there's one. I love having reach. Having reach is the best thing. I love having reach. It's very helpful around here. Man, this place is upsetting looking. Green nonsense and bones everywhere. It's a distinctly unpleasant place. You know what else is everywhere? This. I was half expecting to get, like, sucked down into the puddle when I stepped in it. You can always tell areas I've never been, because I am so much more cautious moving around them. There's a chest. That seems like good news, but I get the feeling that it's not going to be as good news as I want it to be. Something tells me this chest is bad news. I don't have a good way of hitting you, do I? Yeah, because I can't even lightning spear the fucking thing. Oh. I guess the chest wasn't evil. Well, I just wasted that chest. Whatever was in it's gone now, I guess. That sucks. I just didn't want to get poisoned, but I had no way of hitting the damn statue behind it, which I'm sure is the point. They do that so that you are forced to either accept getting shot or accept breaking the chest. Man. Because that is a thing, in case people didn't know. You can break chests and just get it rubbish instead of whatever was going to be in it. It's the first time we've had that problem. That's also why you gotta be kind of careful mimic checking. Because if you hit it too many times, you just destroy it. Hopefully that wasn't anything too good. So, at the end of the day, whatever it was is gone, so it doesn't much matter. Or at the end of the day. How am I not hitting this? Come on now. That really looked like it hit. Oh, these are broken already, that's why. You know what? That would do it. That one is facing there. Okay. Well, this site's seen better days at this point. Oh yeah, we also have a hide spear because I took out the hide knight that was in the the Bastille. I didn't see any reason to bother showing y'all that because, well, you've seen me fight the first Hyde Knight, and the spear one does some fancy twirls, and that's about the only real notable thing it does. So you weren't missing much by not seeing me fight that. Come on. How am I still getting hung up on the ceiling there? Great, thanks. Fuck you. This place seems so interesting, but also so annoying. Okie dokie. So that's all the statues in this vicinity killed. Didn't have to, but I wanted to. There's one of those just spite points to it, you know? Titanite chunk, okay. Why are you saying here? Is it because there's just a goop man there? Or are you talking about this path? Because you're a little early for the path. Bonfire! Why is there just another bonfire here? That seems weird. Hey, a Pharos Lockstone. It sure is. It is the greenest of green places. And not in a good way. Okay, so this spits you out back in the field. Let's go ahead and activate the bonfire, I guess. I mean, why not, right? This is gonna respawn all of the statues and everything, but that is okay. Oh no, the statues didn't come back. I guess they don't come back when you use the... I guess they don't come back when you use the bonfire, they just come back when you die. But the pool monsters will be back, obviously. Well, they're not very lean, but they sure are mean. I can definitely tell you that one. Is all these broken statues I see, they spit poison at you. It's very upsetting. And whenever you walk near these goop puddles, whenever I find one that has a monster in it again, there we go. These things show up, and they suck. It's just an awful place to be. 0 out of 10 on all travel sites. I'm using this scythe so I have enough reach to break these statues safely without getting coated in poison. Baddie ahead, huh? Try rolling left. Okay. But we're going back to our sword because we're more familiar with fighting with that, and I want to be able to have access to my shield since I don't know what I'm getting into here. Not to mention our shield is currently our catalyst, so we kind of need that for throwing our magic. Alright, let's see what we're getting into in here. Actually, I probably should burn an effigy, which I have more effigies now, by the way, because that was another thing some of the stuff down in Brightstone were dropping. As well as some of the Bastille dogs got killed again because I needed to get back through there to check on some stuff. Specifically, going back to Macduff a few times. Looks like there isn't any summon signs around here. Oh, there we go. Lone Hunter Schmidt. Well, you know what? You're not gonna be so lone anymore. You're coming with me. Part of the reason for these summons, for me in particular, is these further people's quest lines. I don't know if he has a quest line, really? What are you shooting at? Oh, he knows there's a pool monster, so he's trying to kill it. That's neat, that he actually kind of gives you information that way, as he shoots at the pools that have enemies in them. Him being a machine, he knows that there's an enemy there. Not really what I summoned him for, but you know what? Useful. These things seem to be very good for farming for... or Titanite as well. Schmidt, come on. Stop getting distracted. Am I gonna have to kill all of these just so you don't get distracted? Yeah, it's furthering their quest lines, though, like I said, I did not encounter Schmidt anywhere, and I don't know if he's one of the ones you actually encounter out in the world somewhere. I would have to assume yes, and I just missed him. But they're also handy just for being bait. Since this might be an encounter that gives a lot of poison problems and such, I'm fine with having some bait. Oh boy, this is the fight we needed to have, though. Oh, what a lovely bunch of people we have here, huh? Howdy, Natra. Oh, you're the reason for the statues, too. Well, you know what? I'm very glad to kill you, then, because these statues suck. That is a mighty big cleaver you've got there, too. This thing is upsetting on so many levels. The rotten. Yeah, you know what? That checks. That didn't hurt you very much, huh? You seem to be a little ill there, buddy. Here. Ow! Whoa, whoa, whoa. I was way early on that. And as it turns out, I was expecting him to swing faster. Kinda like that one, yeah. Slow playing it for now because I'm trying to get a feel for what he does. Which mostly seems to be slowly swing at you. And occasionally do faster vertical chops. Schmidt is just kind of slowly chewing him up for me. Prefer it to be faster, but you know what? I'll take what I can get. Ow. I knew I was gonna walk in the fire at some point. Because I couldn't see where I was going. Because if I took the lock-on off of him, I knew I was gonna get hit. So my only move was to just kind of hope I had the right idea of where I was, and I don't know the room enough yet.
Welcome to your doom.
Better late than never on that one, but, you know. Now all the statues are back. That's gonna be the problem. I also forgot to switch to my combat helmet instead of my item find helmet. There we go. Well, Scythe comes back out so we can clear the statues, and then we worry about everything else afterwards. I mean, that's just the game design here, really. They're designed to be Doom constantly. That's why I have to be very particular about what I do in these, otherwise it's just gonna be an unpleasant experience for everyone involved. Like, you've seen how I pick my pathing fairly carefully, based on what bits I do know. And I make sure I have good options, otherwise it just ends up not being any fun. Now, the whole pile of statues along the wall there is going to be a bit of a bother. But, based on what we learned before, I can actually use the bonfire after destroying these, so... I can use Emit Force to clean up some of the more troublesome angles. And then just get my charges back. It is interesting that these don't come back when you touch the bonfire, because I could have swore the ones in the gutter did. That's not what I wanted you to do, stupid. There you go. That's what you were supposed to do. I also don't want Schmidt to just go walking into a bunch of statue shots and getting obliterated before we even start the boss fight. is the other reason why I'm taking my time and clearing these out specifically. Is he will not be much help to me if he just dies before we even get in there, you know? That I don't need to deal with. Big worm, not my problem. That sure is the floor that you just blasted there, me. Way to go. There we go. That way I don't have to get closer to the worm. Oh, you grabbed me immediately that time, huh? Okay. I forgot that they had a grab move. I'm 90% sure I experienced that when we were here to begin with last week. But I very much forgot. I think that's all the pool goers. Doesn't seem like anything. Yep, this one just didn't trigger where we were before. Okay, that's fine. Goodbye. This is why you have multiple weapon options on hand at any time. Because there are some situations some weapons are just much better suited to. Oh, the worm constantly popping out, though, is definitely going to make Schmidt go over there and deal with that instead of being useful. I can reset that, though, with the bonfire, so that should be fine. Just need to not fall to my death going to the bonfire. Wouldn't that be funny? Based on the damage I was doing with my miracles, it might be worth trying a different tactic there. And actually bringing more fire instead of more miracles. So I wouldn't be shocked if a big sack of meat like that was more vulnerable to fire. Yet another reason why you keep multiple things in your pocket, ready to go, just in case. Let's deal with the goop monsters again. Otherwise, Schmidt will get distracted. I really feel like I'm just a pool cleaner with this thing. Like, oh, there's a nasty thing in the pool. Hang on, just gotta swing the tool at it. There you go, it's gone now. So I don't know how bad your pool would have to get for creatures like this to be living in it. But I've seen some nasty pools, so you never know. Right, the ones back here still exist. Thank you for reminding me that you exist. The one on the floor was also shooting. I'd use the scythe against the rotten, but I feel like that's not gonna work. Because I can't use my shield effectively. Like, obviously I can one-hand this thing, but I don't think it would be that effective one-handed. And as mentioned, I'm more comfortable with my sword still. So it's the wiser choice for this situation. My concern is I think dark damage might not be effective. But considering I'm going to be prioritizing just burning it for a while, it's not going to be the biggest issue. And I'm figuring opening with the fire is the wiser course. Okay, no, he just didn't care about that much either. I would figure Great Fireball would do more damage than the regular one. And again, there's all this fire in the room with him, so maybe he likes fire. Oh, he's got a hand slam too, as it turns out. That was decently effective. While he's busy with Schmidt, Heavenly Thunder! Oh no, I have the wrong thing in my hand. I was using the wrong hand. Now you know why I was saying Heavenly Thunder may not be the most effective thing. And we're dead, because I rolled at the wrong time. I also forgot to pick my stuff up, so there goes those 7,000 souls. Because I was too focused on trying to figure out what would be effective here. And the answer is not much of what I'm using so far. So that's a bad sign. Now, you may be wondering, well, why did you have trouble casting your spells? For those that don't know, the hand your catalyst is in is what shoulder button you need to use to cast your spells. I forgot that I had my catalyst in my left hand because we spent so much of the game with my catalyst in my right. So I was like, oh yeah, I just cast my thunder with the right hand, just like the fireballs. Oh wait, problem. Okay, so based on how little Great Fireball did there, I don't think there's any reason to have that. I think I might be best served just by doubling up on Emit Force. Flameswith was doing okay, Fireball wasn't terrible, so I think we keep both of those. But it may be in my better interest to just do the same thing Schmidt's doing and just shoot it. Because we do have a good bow, and it does do magic damage as well, so there's an argument to be made there too. It's just trickier to use for dealing with something like this because of the fact that it drains stamina to shoot the bow. It drains stamina to use magic as well, don't get me wrong, but usually not as badly. Way to go with the 5-stream streak there, Peachy, and hopefully all's well. Safe, please. Hit the statue on the floor, please. Right there. Oh, okay, it broke already. From the camera angle I had, it looked like it was intact, but the head's gone. Those. Literally, if I was just gonna go into this fight without Schmidt, I wouldn't have to bother with most of these statues. The run back would be way faster. I guess technically all I need to do is clear the ones that are on the way over here, but he's absolutely just gonna get distracted and go try to shoot at the pools again. I don't know if he'll auto-track to follow me into the fog wall if I go through it, or if he'll stay shooting at the monsters out here. Really don't know how smart the game is as far as that goes. I could see a case for either being true. In part because of the fact that it would actually be detrimental to the player if he was that easily distracted, which would be a reason for them to leave it bad instead of actually fixing it. I miscalculated my stamina that time, apparently. Hi, Wiggly Boy. Die. Oh... For those that don't know, scythes are weird with their hitboxes in that they actually have a specific sweet spot, which makes sense considering, you know, there's only a bit of blade at the end there. So the damage varies a lot with these. Hence why sometimes they die very fast and sometimes they don't. Another reason why I don't really want to use it for boss fights. I'm not good enough at my positioning to reliably keep that sweet spot on a boss. That was a weird stutter. Don't know why that happened. Don't like that. Dark Spirit Lizard? What? Where are you going? Okay. That is a player fucking about. And I don't really know what he's doing. Don't I have a means of disconnecting myself from people? Yeah. Get out of here. Oh, right. that doesn't send invaders home. But he just is running off out into the distance and poisoning himself. I don't really understand what you're doing, bud. I'm just kind of watching this happen because I don't really know why they're doing this. I'm just kind of fascinated by the stupid nonsense happening here. If they think I'm gonna bother coming out there to fight them, they got another thing coming. Yeah, I know about the bonfire, buddy. What is happening here? Do they not know what's going on here? I'm just gonna... Oh, now they're over there. They're just kind of standing around. I really don't understand what they're about here. I'm assuming they're trying to show off mechanics. But I don't really understand what they're trying to accomplish here. Yep, you can set those pools on fire, yes. I am quite aware that that is a thing. They're oil. Hence why there was a bunch of fire in the other place. I just don't understand what this guy's trying to accomplish. You know what? There's an easy solution to this problem. Good day, sir. I'm leaving. I didn't want to be a dick and kill him, but I also just wanted to be able to move on with my life, so it's like, okay, could you kindly go away? So I choose the middle ground. I let them win so that they get a reward for having been here. But they also directly inconvenienced me, so I was very tempted to kill them. Because they've wasted my time. I also don't know how they were actually within a range to actually invade me. Considering you would think I was a higher level than I should be. But maybe I'm not actually as high up as I thought. I figured 99 was overkill. But apparently there's somebody with like dual catalysts and a bunch of nonsense going around showing people mechanics in this area, I guess. So that's a thing. That is like the upside of this community usually, is you get interactions like that. I'm just the awkward type who just didn't want to have an interaction to begin with. So it's like, even when it's a positive interaction, it's like, could you just have not? I'm trying to do a thing here and you're in the way of it. I could have sworn there was a thing to banish invaders, too. I just completely forgot that the separation stone didn't work on invaders. It was to show how often I interact with that mechanic, really. I'm pretty sure the setting the pools on fire that they did, I believe that stops these creatures from coming out. But I don't really have a reason to make them not pop up because we get Titanite from them. That's useful. They're also absolute chumps to kill with the scythes, so it's not really a thing. Okay, I think we're good. Bring Schmidt out, get my sword out. Repeat process that we've done many a time before. Now, I will say, obviously, it's much, much better to get an invasion like that than it would be to get an actual, like, invader that wants to be a dick and actually just kill you or any of that by a long shot. So, you know, shout out to Lizard for being decent. Whoever Lizard is. Is there anything else I want to try to do before I go in there? I mean, I could probably, you know, put on something better than the Serpent Ring. Considering he mostly is just trying to crush me to death, physical defense might be a good idea. Yeah, sure, we'll put on the Ring of Steel protection. It'll probably help a little bit. How much? No idea, but anything's better than nothing. Okay, yeah, that does 144. That's not great. My bow does the same damage, but I can stay further away. Obviously, I have a finite number of arrows, but while he's busy with Schmidt, I should be able to get a good amount of damage in. He is backing towards me very aggressively, though. You can tell that he was kind of setting up for a fake out there a bit. Actually, arrows are doing more damage than our magic. Schmidt, why are you rolling in the fire? Schmidt, why are you like this? Oh, we're not gonna have a meat shield for very long here, is what that tells me. Yep, there he goes. Okay, I can block that. That's good information. But I'm better off, obviously, just dodging it like that and then just chopping him. You have a backhand move of any kind. Nope, you just have that really weird timed chop. That very obviously did not make contact, game, but okay. Now he does have a sweeping grab, too. Okay. I think I'm better start just shooting him. Just trying to keep consistent in his melee range. Doesn't seem very efficient. And this way I can dodge out of his range instead of playing around within his range. What? I really thought he didn't have the reach for that. I must have gotten my measurement wrong in my brain. This thing has so much health, though. Like, we have nothing that does fast damage for this thing. Everything we have is going to take a lot of hits to kill him. So we have to do the slow play, which is frustrating to me. I do not like slow fights, as I've mentioned on numerous other occasions. Is invariably, like just happened there, it's basically just the game waiting till you make a mistake. That's all that's happening at that point. I would actually rather the fights that pressure you and keep pushing at you than the ones that make you just kind of sit there and oops, you died. You know? Like, give me a fast, fragile enemy any day compared to these giant sacks of hit points. This one is in such an annoying spot. Yeah, clearly I wanted to do the shield breaker move again. Yes, game, clearly. Shield breaker move that I literally have no reason to use with this thing most of the time. Like, the shield breaking move is a good idea. But I feel like it's a good idea that has proven largely unnecessary. Like, it probably matters a lot more for PvP, than it does for regular gameplay. It is useful in regular gameplay, but there's a lot less enemies in this game that hide behind their shields, I feel, compared to Dark Souls 1, where a lot of enemies would sit there and just guard all day. That's not to say there aren't shielded enemies in this game. There definitely are. But I feel like they weren't as much of a problem. But it may also just be timing, build, and just situation overall where you encounter them. Okay, I think that's good enough. You human up and summon Schmidt. Also, didn't I don't think I went human when Lizard appeared. Not sure. You know, I guess we could try the Scythe. Especially while he's distracted by Schmidt. I might be able to get enough more damage that way. Because the extra reach might give me some leeway to work with, too. We'll give it a try. Obviously, the Scythe's already damaged, so I do need to be a little mindful of that. But considering how much I'm expecting to be able to get to actually attack with it, I don't think it's going to be a major issue. That does definitely do more damage to him. Okay, that hits behind him. Sure, why not? The ads are playing, but you've seen me fight this thing a dozen times already. I don't think it matters. There's that heavily. And I also can't necessarily stop mid-fight here. Also dividing the damage between us way better this time, which helps. You know, till Schmidt did something stupid and got himself killed. I think it's just gonna be Operation Shoot and Scoot. I figured I would get enough stamina back after 2 shots to be able to avoid that swing. Too early. Honestly, with the pace of this fight, we may very well still be here when the ads end. Especially when it doesn't take my roll input, when I definitely told him to roll. Ow. Oh, and of course I walked into the fucking fire. Well, that was almost a disaster. Rolled right through the fire again, because the fire's perfectly spaced out in this fucking place. An issue. There's the usual double bot situation these days. I disagree once again with that making contact. Up, he's puking. Oh, come on! Just die! Hey, welcome back from the ads, just in time for that thing to die. So, there you go. I just did the exact same thing you saw me do before, so you didn't really miss much. I just also shot it for the past, like, 2 minutes. So, you know, real exciting gameplay that you clearly couldn't have missed. Well, yeah, you usually have a subscription, Natra, so of course you didn't get an ad. Okay, that was a fire seed. Hey there, Tara. Yeah, I'm not surprised that that's a speedrunner one because of the fact that it's such a fucking slog. It took a few tries because I just kept fumbling one move, pretty much. Yeah, you know what? That's fair enough, Natra. Still a fair statement to make either way, but it be what it be. Yeah, no, that fight was just kind of trash, if I'm honest. Just a very slow, annoying sack of hit points in a room full of fire. On Firehead, but be wary of trap, huh? Look carefully, now the real fight begins. Spare ahead. Huh. Bonfire rekindled. Yep. Par for the course. Not really sure what they were on about with a trap, but maybe that's just the player base being funny again. Where does this send me? Well, okay then. Dry money bags. Sign written here is being channeled from somewhere far away. Okay. I have a torch. Are you impressed by my torch? No? Okay. I'm assuming this is important. This is the first time we've been closed. Okay. This is the first time we've been sent somewhere else when we've done one of these. But at the same time, I suspect we might have been meant to do this one last, and that would have been open if we had done all of them. So I feel like we're gonna have to come back here. Because we still haven't done Old Iron King, because he was another situation of I didn't do much damage to him, so I'm like, I'll come back later. But yeah, depending on what the strat you're talking about is for, Tara, feel free to go ahead and just say...
It is the only choice left to you.
Oh, her dialogue changed, at least. What am I even gonna do with my statistics at this point? Dual spears are interesting. I don't know if it's something I would ever do, but I could see how it would work. Because you keep good reach the whole time. Even presumably. Considering we are running into more and more things that are a lot of health. Ah, okay. That's the thing, is with like minimal context, it's like, okay, I don't even know what is related to there. No. You cannot suggest stat allocation. That is not what I was requesting. I appreciate you asking first, but I have no interest in people telling me anything there. Especially considering you've just got here, you don't really have any idea what I'm trying to accomplish to begin with, so I don't really know if you have enough context to work off of there. And this is nothing personal against you, but it is kind of a pet peeve of mine when people's first thing they say is trying to influence what's happening instead of at least, you know, reading first at all. I've noticed it's especially a thing that happens amongst the Souls community, and it just kind of rubs me personally the wrong way. Again, nothing against you, just it is a thing I've noticed.
I knew you.
Yeah, but which is why I point out that I appreciate that you asked first. It's just giving you context for why the reaction that happened. Yeah, I could see why that would be an improvement over 1, because I did feel a little pigeonholed in 1 because of what was available a lot of the time. Obviously, there's a lot more available here. Just gesture widely at the giant pile of things I have. Though I do still feel like there are times where things start to feel far less effective than I feel like they should. But I think part of that's just me. Nah, I'm not gonna bother burning Twinkling Titanite on those. I still might end up changing that. So yeah, no more armor improvements to really be made there. I keep thinking about changing off of this sword, but since I'm still using it, we'll at least push it up a little bit more. Yeah, that'll be fine.
I'll be around.
I just didn't want to be carrying as much around with me since I couldn't spend it in any other meaningful way. Back to Iron Keep, I guess. Gotta go kill the Iron King so we have all the primals done. Yeah, I feel like there's more flexibility overall early on. Though, I do question the viability of some of the starting routes, but that may again just be a matter of a difference of experience. Gotta remember how you guys fight. Yeah, exactly. That is the thing I've pointed out numerous times to people, is these are games that very heavily change based on how much you've played them. Your first couple times, it feels much more limited because of your capacity to deal with the situation at hand. Once you are more capable of dealing with the situations at hand, your experience drastically changes. At least that's been how I've felt playing these. Like this is why I usually start these with a very open and varied setup, so I have options at all ranges and all forms, because it makes it much easier to deal with the variety of situations. Whereas once you have knowledge, you don't need to have that cushion available, because you know what you're walking into. Now, in my case, obviously, it's not going to end up mattering that much, because it's unlikely that a replay will happen outside of, like, a randomizer, which puts you kind of back in that starting position again, because you don't really know what you're going to be dealing with. Because I'm just not the type to replay things, as I've discussed on this channel numerous other times. I would much rather pursue a new experience than go back through something. That's not anything against any game or any style of playing. That's just one person's nature versus another person's nature. You know? So let's deal with you, because you're going to be a nuisance. Can I get an angle where I can hit you and you can't hit me? Yes, I can. Do 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 do. Your hand is my target. Do 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 do. Yeah, that is a consistent thing I've heard. Is I was blessed with a large quantity of options, and I feel like that has changed how I interact with things. Is I consistently hear that very phrase, like, a limited library, and thus most of those people are ones that replay things a lot. Is it becomes kind of a habit thing after a while, where you will consistently make the most out of anything you have because you didn't have a lot. That's not to say I had a lot in general, we just had a lot of games because of the fact that everybody played their own things, so it ended up being a very big pool of options. Which also explains your feelings about Kid Chameleon, too. But we've had that conversation before when I was playing that. Yeah, I didn't even deal with Smelter Demon, so we'll deal with him first, since we're over here. I mean, at least you got, like, almost all good things. Like, that is one perk, at least, is you didn't get that many just, like, junk options. Top up with Life Gem. Time for this to go poorly. Hi, Smelter Demon. I look forward to not being able to do any real damage to you. Yeah, you know what? Maybe you did, in fact, have at least a questionable one there, then. Yep, still not doing a lot of damage to him, but I'm not really expecting Emit Force to be a massive damage-dealing option here. I'm just doing this as a I can do this relatively safely thing. That's gonna explode. No? I keep thinking that move explodes. And I keep being consistently surprised when it doesn't. There it is. I knew it did. Oh yeah, there is absolutely a joy in jank. Gestures widely at most of the things I've shown on this channel. There's just a difference between fun jank and unfun jank, and that varies from person to person, I would say, as to which one something will end up being. Now he's got his fire sword. Now things are unpleasant. Stand back, because he's gonna blow. No? I have to assume there's a cue for when that will explode and when it won't. Yeah, see, it's when he delays longer. Okay. That's the clue. I hate when I'm stuck in animations, which is half of this game. I was out of reach for so much of that. Nope. No, he didn't actually commit there. I mean, you can move while assisting a little bit here, but only at the beginning of it. And at least adaptability does seem to speed that up slightly. But of course, you know, you gotta sink points into adaptability, so mixed results there. I should have just been shooting you from the word go while Lucatiel distracted you, because I've wasted so much of Lucatiel's health here now. This is going to go poorly. Alright. Yep, kind of figured that wasn't going to block much, but I didn't have a ton of choice. I just have no trust for that down step. My fucking D-pad! It double moved me, so I lost that whole opening. Just let the slow regen help for a second here. Or, you know, I'll hit the janky bullshit they put on the edges of this arena for you to run into. You know, that'll happen. Literally, we died because of the arena shape there, because I bumped into a piece sticking out. Which might be the single most frustrating thing sometimes, because there's only so much spatial awareness could save you from a situation like that. Because I didn't have a lot of room to change where I decided to move in that situation, so it's like, okay, what, pray tell, was I supposed to do there? Answer, not get hit in the first place. Oh wait, that's not a thing, that's a reliable thing to work off of. When this is your first time interacting with things. Like, it's one of those, like, yes, that's a correct statement, but that doesn't help. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like this game goes back and forth on doing the arena design well and not doing it well. Like, most of that Smelter Demon room is fine, but if you ever get pushed to the edges, you just get shafted, and I don't agree with that. I'm not saying it needed to be like a perfect square or a perfect round room, but just like, if you're expecting people to dodge around a big enemy, maybe don't put a bunch of odd shapes to your room. Or at the very least, put them more inwards so it can benefit you as well, instead of only being a detriment. Maybe that's just me. See, I would rather they be uninteresting rather than you just get screwed. But I suppose that is a fair statement to make, too. But people have to understand that sometimes function has to come out over form. Because if your form impedes the function of the thing, that's bad. But I would not be surprised if a lot of the people complaining were the people that had played the previous two games to death and probably could roll through the whole game without even a second thought. So they just want their pretty designs, because they won't end up having that issue anyway. Because God forbid they think about the rest of the community where newer players are coming in or anything. If I sound bitter, it's because I've had plenty of negative experiences with that kind of behavior. And I freely admit that this is me being biased in that regard. Yeah, that's fair. The bosses are definitely designed to a degree to be a spectacle. I would say not all of them are, though, just because their designs aren't spectacular. And I don't say that as in their designs are bad. I say that in that they don't seem like they're designed to be like this big, impressive thing necessarily. Like, take the Rotten, for example. It's just a big pile of corpses. There's not really too much spectacle to that, necessarily. There's some horror to it. And it's definitely impressive in its own way. Hold that thought. Need to keep very defined positioning here, not to just get shot in the face. Okay, good, he did die. I've gotten very good at out-archer dueling the enemies in these games. But yeah, no, I could see that, though personally my experience from having played 3 didn't really feel like the movesets were that much flashier, but maybe it depends on what you're using. And I've obviously not played all of 3. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about this guy. Mr. Tardy to the party. There we go. Anyway, let's try this again, having wasted some Estus. Because, you know, that's gonna go well for me. Do I want to change anything before I commit in there? Because it might be another case of the Scythe might actually be worth using here. Because of the increased reach. Because we lost a lot of damage on the sword because we couldn't reach him. Because of my hesitance. So it would compensate for the hesitation a little bit, but it would also have its own vulnerabilities. Not to mention sweet spot issues. The problem is, I end up in these bad situations of, like, I think about trying something, but I end up not wanting to try it because, like, well, then I'll have to redo the fight again. Which these are designed to do and redo, but that just doesn't mesh with how I operate. So that's where a fundamental disconnect with this style of game and my brain come in. Let's just try it. I should have gotten rid of my emit force and went back to lightning spear, though I don't recall that doing that much to the smelter demon either when we tried it previously. I really feel like just all these options are going to do basically nothing in this situation. I just have to push this. Yeah, see, physical damage is way more effective than anything we were using. I read that wrong. I thought that was a horizontal, not a vertical. And, of course, you spin around immediately on me. God forbid you stay on target for half a second. I thought he was switching to Lucatiel when he turned, but then he continued turning. So I got the short end of the stick there. I still prefer this fight over the Rotten either way, though. Because at least I found a situation where, like, oh hey, I can actually do more damage to him instead of still feeling like I'm just bashing against a sack of hit points. Though he still feels resoundingly durable compared to a lot of the other things we've faced recently. Recently being in the scale of what's around this area. I have mixed feelings on that thought, but again, I feel like that's an experiential statement. Because I do feel like his moveset's a little nasty for how small that arena is. Because he covers a large chunk of it with every move he makes. That's kind of the other thing, yeah. Because obviously I've been kind of going back and forth between things, so nothing is focused into a magnificent point. Because I didn't know what the hell I wanted. Because very rarely when somebody's playing something for the first time are they going to know what they want, because you don't know what you're going to get. And I feel like these games kind of punish the player with that design a bit, because you typically will end up getting the shorter end of the stick because you didn't focus. And that's not a bad thing, but that is a thing I've noticed. This is why I usually use the sword in here. Yeah, that would definitely be a big difference. Our swords at 7, but the sword's dark, and I don't think the Smelter Demon cares about dark at all. Which is why I was considering the Scythe, which is only at 5, is its raw is higher. So I was operating under the logic of resistances may make enough of a difference there. And it seemed like it was doing more, but at the same time, moveset differences and vulnerabilities, I think, were still backfiring on me enough there that I'm not sold on that idea. Because the problem is, I don't know what the Smelter Demon's weaknesses are. I can definitely tell where its resistances are so far, and it's most of the things I've hit it with. Yeah, a lot of the issue with my weapon upgrades in particular, for example, have just been I do not have the... Right, you could shoot through the wall edge there a little bit because, you know, Dark Souls hitboxes. Well, yeah, and then you enter this area where everything, I'm willing to bet, is immune to fire, or at very least resistant to it, so you get the short end of the stick. Though, I thought you had to go a different... Is the fire longsword's down where those salamanders are? You have to, like, jump down there to get there before this, don't you? Which is why I never went and go grab it, because I hadn't found a natural way around there. Well, bear in mind, are you saying that based on Scholar of the First Sin or the original version? Because we're playing non-Scholar right now, for those who weren't here for the earlier bits. Bear in mind, stuff moves around between the two versions. We've had multiple instances of that so far, where people have been confused about where something got put. Okay. Because when I was double-checking things in the areas, the wiki definitely mentioned jumping down there for the fire longsword, which is why I didn't bother. Because that matched what I remembered. But it might be that it's in a bit of an easier spot. Oh, right. Okay. No, I think I remember what you're talking about. I just did not remember that passageway. Because there is a lot of pathing in this game, and as a reminder, while I've never finished this game, I had played this back when it was new, and that should tell you how long it's been. So there's a lot of things to forget. And since I wasn't really focusing on a longsword, I didn't bother to actively pursue it. Despite the issue we've had at this point, the Varangian sword has been serving us incredibly well. It just doesn't work in this situation particularly well either. Because again, presumably dark is in the same position as fire, in that it's not resoundingly effective against the Smelter Demon. But at least it works on the Alone Knights just fine. Now the thing is, I don't have to fight the Smelter Demon. At this rate, I'm seriously considering just saying, you know what, the Smelter Demon doesn't exist, and just moving on with my life. But I suspect the old Iron King is going to give me the same issues, because I wouldn't be shocked at all if they have a similar resistance setup. Because we had fought the Iron King once when we came here initially, and I got bodied, because I just dealt very similar lacking damage there. You've seen everything I've tried. Because I have nothing else built up in any meaningful way, so there's no real reason to use them. You're dancing on the edge of telling me things that I didn't want to know. But I do not have anything with Strike built up, just to be clear, which is why I did not use anything with Strike yet. But yes, of course, an armored foe would be weaker to Strike. That just makes sense. The problem is a problem of what I have ready to fight him. Is if we look at our Strike options, we got the Magic Mace, which is unleveled and just not really impressive in any particular regard. I think the best Strike thing I have right now would probably be things I cannot use without strength-related issues. Like, the best thing in our stat line right now would probably be the Blacksmith Hammer. Or Strike-wise, and I just don't really think that would be enough of an improvement unless it has, like, an incredible weakness to Strike. I would have to go back and work it up. Yeah, no, we fell in the lava when we were fighting him as well. That really fits into my conversation before about some of the arena design being a question mark. Like, I get it. He's a big lava monster, but did you really have to make it so easy for people to fall to their death in there? Did you, though? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me, but I've never been a believer in instant death pits and things like that in boss arenas. Because it just feels like a cheap death. Like, you should die to the boss, not to the boss's arena. Yeah, just because, just as a point of clarity here, just because I'm talking about the fact that I don't know what its resistances are and things like that, does not mean I'm asking. You will know if I'm asking a question. Just as a point of clarity. Again, no one's in trouble. Just letting you know that this is a point to note there as well. Like, that is me voicing my thought process, not asking for answers. I know a lot of people on the internet, when they speak things out loud, are asking for answers. That does not mean everyone is. I'm just shooting these guys while I decide what I want to do. For people wondering why I'm bothering with this, is these will be relevant if I want to go back the other way, unless I just want to use the Belfry Soul Warp, which is kind of a pain. I don't really like that positioning. Not that going back through all of this to get back over there's that much better. And I have to assume there's another bonfire over there somewhere that I just missed. Which, that is a question I'm willing to have people answer. Is there a bonfire closer to the old Iron King than the Belfry Soul one? Okay, let's go find that then. Because that will make my life much simpler. I just gotta remember how I got over there. It's been over a week. Oh, another thing to note for people who may not have been here over the course of this series, by the way. I skipped a week as far as playing this goes because I did a marathon last week. So there's a lot of things I will have forgotten. So bear with me on that. I think I dropped down here and then climbed up because I didn't want to go through that middle bit. I think this just led to an item. I don't think this actually led anywhere. Yeah, this is just a dead end. So I think I do have to go through the middle. Or did... No. I remember what I did now. I remember what I did. So I think I remember. Because it was a whole goofy situation that led to us getting to the other bit. Or this is what I hate about trying to deal with multiple week-old memory, is I'm getting pieces of it. No. I think it's actually just straight up the other path, isn't it? Brain, could you please function? I know it's warm in here, but fucking turn on any wheels at all. Instead of just sitting here just giving me a response of, I feel like this is another dead end, because this is just where those pots are that have water in them. Yeah, so it has to be in that other room. It has to be where all the lava is. Having to piece this whole thing back together again from the beginning, because I just do not remember anything, apparently. Because I remember jumping to where that corpse is, but I don't recall if that actually was related to us getting to the other part or not. I'm pretty confident I have to go through the middle, though, to get here, to get to that ladder, to get up there, which up there is what leads to where I need to go. So I feel like that has to be the case. And I'm still sad about wasting that Pharos Lockstone up there only to open a healing pool that doesn't really help much. Still kind of upset about that. I feel like this game has a lot of ways for you to end up wasting your Lockstones. I assumed it was a healing pool. If it's just a normal water pool, that's even less useful. I thought it healed me, but I don't remember at this point. I just remember being upset and watching water pool out and wanting to take my stone back. I mean, yeah, obviously the water can protect you from fire too, but that's, again, not enough to really be worth a Lockstone, I would say. Especially considering Flash Sweat and things like that also kind of achieve similar results. Alright, time for this dance again. Because I know old boy in the back there can't get to us, because he's stuck on the other side of that platform. They are when you know where they exist. When you don't know where they exist, they feel incredibly rare. Because your other option is then pouring over the entirety of areas to find them. Which, again, does make them still just as common, but it depends on where your path takes you. And considering you have the Doors of Pharos where a ton of stones can end up getting set on fire, it kind of takes a turn back around again. That guy really isn't coming back, is he? He's gonna come back the second I jump across. You know what? I'm gonna annoy this one for a second. Oop. Yeah, you ain't gonna move. I'm gonna punish you for not moving. Because I have no reason to go all the way over there and fight these guys fair and square. That's just asking for needless trouble. This is what we have arrows for. Like, if anybody's expecting me to walk over there and fight those guys face to face, you got another thing coming. Because they're not the worst to deal with, but they're not exactly my favorite thing to fight. Neener, neener. Hey, what you gonna do, huh? That's right, you're gonna run right back out of the room. There we go. That's a much more reasonable situation to deal with now. Because he runs up to you just in time to catch you in that doorway is the thing. Which is why we don't do that as a fair fight. For those wondering, I have already been over here. This is where the Belfry Soul thing is and all that. Thanks, staircase. Very cool. The amount of junk here is kind of an issue. Like, we were getting wedged on this lever, getting wedged on the stairs. That was a bad place to choose to fight him. Not that I had a lot of choices. Right, there's a lot of you here. And I remember those pressure plates are bad times. For those wondering, we did go get the thing that was over there. We ended up setting off one of the lava things, but it didn't matter. We didn't get this lizard, though, because... Oh, now you decided to notice I exist. Now you decided to act up. Okay. Yeah, I had the wrong thing in hand when we found that lizard last time, so it just didn't work out. Okay. Did I ever go up there, or is that one of the ones that got into an awkward spot because I dropped the wrong platform? That might have been what happened there. Again, it's been over a week, so I'm piecing together past me's actions. Can I do a cheeky thing here? Get you in such a position that you cannot shoot me, but I can shoot you. Nope, that gets over there. Okay. Move back and down a little bit more. There we go. Perfect. Of course, he's gonna move, but that gives me plenty of time to get some shots into him before he makes it to his new position. I'll take that trade. Slow and methodical, because otherwise we will end up having redos, and I'm not here for it. There we go. In an open room, I'm not afraid of him at all. It's in those hallways that I'm scared of those. Alright, you want to be a pain, so you get to experience pain. I am running out of arrows at this point, though, so I gotta be a little bit more mindful of that, which is why I didn't just shoot him in the first place. Because I'm not running across all of this just to go stab him. I can't be bothered. But I also didn't want him randomly shooting me in the back because I forget about him again. I'm gonna err on the assumption... Yeah, no, I don't need to assume anything. That chest isn't open, so I haven't been up there. So more than likely, that's the piece I missed. I wonder if these chains are solid. Probably not. Like, trying to use these chains as a shield is going to just get me shot in the face. Thankfully, these guys aren't exactly stellar bowmen. We don't need to talk about the timing of me saying that and ended up shooting right under his arm. Oh, I see why I didn't go for that now. You see, I made the assumption, with the positioning we had before, that this platform, because this one over here is the one that ended up getting dropped before, was needed to get to that. Turns out that's not the case. But I think I know what I do need to do there. And it involves going back over here. Or, I should say, what I need to do that without jumping for it. So I do not trust myself jumping for that. But I assume the changed platforms will reach it. Yep, perfect. Just need to not burn to death on the way there. I think it was just a matter of I just wanted out of here so badly that I just didn't even entertain the notion at the time. Because I remember bringing this platform down, but I looked at it and went, this just seems bad for me, and then just put it back up again. I assume that this pertains to where... Yep, this is a mimic. Had a feeling, but for some reason brain went, nah, just check it, it'll be fine. Saw the teeth and went, I'm gonna die and be upset again. I really need to trust my instincts more. 'Cause I've not been wrong about mimics so far. But every time I ignore my instinct is when I get bit by a mimic. Hooray for wasting more of my goddamn time. And now I don't have enough arrows to be comfortable shooting all of this again, which is where it's gonna really get annoying. Why did you stop? Like, I can't even say that, oh, that's the AI being clever. No, the AI just kind of shit its pants for a second, and it worked out in its favor. Stairs are the worst. Again, it makes sense because good fortress design means whoever is attacking should be at a disadvantage. That doesn't mean I'm happy about being the one at a disadvantage at any point. And for anybody that's like, hey, you know, you could be using that shield a lot more and it might be benefiting you. I fully acknowledge that I should be. I'm just kind of lazy right now. And that's on me. That is 110% a me problem. Can I just get away from you? Ow, my butt. Oh, right, you still exist. Oh, that's how those work. That's the first time we've ended up hitting one of those, because usually I just shoot that guy. I usually try to at least have some cover, but against a lot of these things, the cover I would have from the shield is not relevant, so I've been just kind of accepting my fate. But I'm not doing a good enough job of being proactive with rolling either, so I'm just eating shit, and I am frustrating myself a little bit doing that. So I have to imagine people watching will also get kind of frustrated by that. And this is why I don't just fight these fair and square in this area. Because you're just asking to get clobbered, because you gonna roll here? Oh wait, no. Yeah, the problem is, again, I'm gonna talk from the first-timer perspective here, and the first-timer isn't really gonna build up sufficient experience unless you're spending a lot of time grinding, or you adapt very quickly. Which, there are plenty of people that adapt that quickly. I'm not gonna say that that's not a thing, because it is a thing. There are very adaptable people, and usually I am. But I'm also at the added disadvantage of only playing this once a week. So that is context people need to keep in mind as well. because my schedule just does not allow for me to just like hammer through this over the course of a week or something without making my mind start melting, and I would just be like, nope, we're throwing this game in the bin. I don't care if people paid for it. Doesn't help that nature has decided to piss me off at every turn on most Tuesdays these days. I don't know what it is, and this is gonna sound like the ravings of a madman for a moment here, but just come along with me on this journey. Literally every Tuesday for the past 5 weeks, and I mean that quite literally, the past 5 weeks, has been the hottest day of that week. Every week. It is insane, the consistency that has been happening there, and it is infuriating. It's not hot enough to need, like, air conditioning or anything. It's just hot enough to be annoying and uncomfortable. So it just adds to this experience in a less helpful way. Like, that is a layer of context behind what's going on here, too. Because I'm sure people have noticed that it's like, wow, he gets really frustrated easily on these particular days, but not with a lot of other things. It feels like I get frustrated a lot faster when I'm sitting here in uncomfortable heat and just being annoyed to begin with. And if I had endless money, which I don't, I would just turn the air conditioning on regardless. But I don't have the finances to support foolish spending like that. So I just get to suffer instead. This way people have some context for why my temperament is different with this. Because y'all have seen that some days, even when things aren't going well with this game, I bear up longer without having this reaction. Yeah, I was cursed long before I saw that slab. Okay, I think our way there is basically clear now. Just remember that that's a mimic this time. So, you know, there's a certain degree of immersion from the fact that it's kind of miserably warm here today when I'm in the fire zone. So, you know, there's that at least. Fuck you, Mimic. You don't get to play? Okay, maybe you do get to play a little bit. Hold that thought a second. I'll be with you in a moment when I'm no longer in danger. There we go. Lich Elm, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully y'all were having a great time. Oh yeah, Lightning Winged Spear. That would actually potentially be good. And there's another piece of the Dark Armor we're missing too. But yeah, as you can see, just suffering through a bit of Dark Souls 2 here. Or don't mind the tone you heard when you were coming in. Everything is fine. But of course, as always, if you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourself should always be the first priority. Do let me take a moment here to snooze those ads because they are coming pretty quickly here. So, just gonna bump that. Yeah, it's just one of those days too, where you're just kind of bashing against a brick wall a little bit. So, the extra layer is there. But hopefully you were having a much better time. And do tell me, what were you doing? Let's go grab this box now, too. It would have been very funny if this was also a Mimic. You know what? Respect. That is a fun thing to do on a Tuesday sometimes. Especially if the town deserves it. Well, that's another lockstone spot that I have no reason to use a lockstone on, because I can see the indentation in the floor this time. Oh, hi, boys. We're gonna do this dance again, huh? Yeah, you know, that checks. And look, if it's not your cult, then, you know, you may as well wipe it off the map. You don't want competing cults. That's no good for anybody. Exactly. Thank you for Stunlock. Stunlock is my friend, as long as it's not happening to me. That's why you do use archery and melee range. Okay, not another mimic. This also would have been a very funny spot for a mimic. Oh hey, an axe I'm never gonna use. Joyous day. Another simpleton spice. We need to get around to actually using those at some point. Ah, that's the point to this endeavor here. I see. Because, you know, this isn't needlessly dangerous at all or anything. Hooray! More useless trash. I mean, the funny thing is that torch is more useful to me than that red eye orb is. This is just leading us back to the area where we go when we went the other angle. You know, that item would be nice, but I don't really see that going well for me. Do I have a thing to make my life easier? I sure do. This way, if this goes horribly wrong, we still have the 44,000 souls this time. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Is guess who didn't touch a direction when he landed? I'll give you a hint. The guy who's now one with the molten metal. I let go of the stick when I landed. But one of two things happened. A, an input got buffered, or B, the stick snapping back to the center counted as a left input. One of the two. So I got the short end of the stick there, which is why we made sure to have protection in place. Let us go repair that ring and go spend these souls before I lose them again. And I was kind of hoping that I was kind of hoping that the bonfire was going to be up there. Turns out it wasn't. Which is another direct inconvenience to my life, but that's a whole other conversation. By all means, if any of y'all need to go do other things, though, like I said, please make sure to take care of yourselves. I'm still going to be here for a good long while yet. And eventually there'll be a nice big dent in the brick wall in front of me. Based on what I'm using currently, I would be wiser to raise my strength. But if I'm going to do that, I would be wiser also to just reset and get rid of that dexterity. Absolutely. Go do what you gotta do. I'm just thinking right now. There's gonna be a few minutes of me staring at this screen while I long-term thinking a lot of what I'm looking at here. So you're not gonna miss anything exciting anytime quick. Especially since ads are gonna come up here in a couple minutes anyway. I'll probably just spend extra time thinking. Deciding whether I want to really pivot to dig us out of this position or not. Is something I need to look at before I spend anything. Do I have... I do have two of them. We do have two soul vessels, so I can do a pivot to solve the problem and then go back if I wanted to. That was one of the things I was debating. Is we could just do a hard pivot to raise our strength just to crowbar the current situation. Was one of the things I was thinking about. And before we burn all of our souls, let's go ahead and get that ring repaired. This is really nice having a ring of don't lose things around. Even though we do have 2 of them technically. Which we don't need to be wearing it all the time. So let's go ahead and put the silver ring back on. I was wearing the gold one all the time, but with what we're doing right now, I don't really need more drops. So I'm not too concerned about that. I really wish I had any infusion stones so I could make a new weapon that I actually wanted to use. Because that's half the problem is... I'm stupid in that I only use what I actually actively want to use, not what it would be best to use. As another point of context for those who are like, why isn't he just using the best weapon for the situation? Because I'm stupid. Like, that may be putting it a harsh way, but it's true. I don't have any consumable souls on hand. That's annoying. Is like, to go back to the earlier point about just using a hammer to solve the problem, for example. I just don't like the hammer movesets. I just don't like hammers. Would it be the right choice? Yes. That doesn't mean I'm going to use it. Okay, the lightning winged spear is actually not that much better. It probably scales better because of the fact that its requirements are lower. Yeah, exactly. Because those are some of the optimal choices. I just feel like I need to give that context because people look for one or the other, so it's handy to have that context. Admittedly, to a certain degree, it's also me trying to justify my choices, but that's neither here nor there. Is what would I actually actively use? That is the problem. I appreciate that. Because I could try putting the Black Scorpion Stinger to use as well, because I was interested in that. But at the same time, that takes Twinkling Titanite. I don't want to... I'm still not sure what I want to invest my Twinkling Titanite into. We don't have lots of it. Roaring Halberd's not an option. We could keep pushing the Great Scythe up, because that's useful. I would really love to infuse that, but we couldn't get a Bolt Stone so I could put lightning on it like I wanted to. Yeah, that's the problem. Is a lot of these don't have anything I would consider a cool moveset. Some of the most interesting movesets are on weapons that are just so to me otherwise. Which kind of puts it in an awkward spot. Like, I would genuinely like to use the Bastard Sword, for example, but it's just got that Greatsword moveset that I don't like. So that just gets left in the dust. Something I should do, actually, while we're in ads, and nothing interesting is going to happen anyway. Let's go sell some of this extra pile to Gavlan. And then we'll circle back to the rest of this in a second. Let's see. What was the easy way to get to Gavlan? I believe it's this one. Because we have, like, 15 greatswords just sitting in my inventory that just can go away. They're never going to get used. They got piled up from this area, from all the spiders. I just gotta remember which way. It's this way, I think. This goes back, right? One of these ways goes back. No, this is definitively not the way back. This is the downside to the warping, even though I'm much happier to have the warping, is you start to lose context for where things are. Oh yeah, let me show this because you didn't see it in regular gameplay as well. Up this ladder is the man that I bought the miracles from. There was a bunch of stuff up here as well. He also lets you get pardoned, I presume, for sinning against various covenants. Yeah, this is where you get Heavenly Thunder and all that. Really didn't have much else that I had any want for, but figured let y'all see that, at least in the end recording. Leave back this way is where Gavlan is still sitting. We just gotta do a bit of walking to get there. Did I ever open this door? I don't... No, I think I did. And I think I'm going the wrong way for where I'm trying to go. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I have decided to get lost in an idea that I had. Don't mind me. So... God, Brain, why are you so shit today? Like, I am just having, like, no end of navigational issues right now. And I think that might be the origin point of a chunk of my frustration today. So I thought this was the closest one for getting back to Gavlan to sell off my extra crap. Problem was, because of me taking a wrong turn, I've now ended up not achieving what I intended to while the ads were running. I'm starting to suspect I've chosen poorly for getting back there quickly, which is confusing because I could have swore this was the warp I took literally last night to get back to him quickly. But I warped around a bunch at that time, so I may have just gotten my wires crossed. Oh, wait, no, I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. This is not the one, it's the other one that was quick to get to him. But I was going back and forth between these two when I was grinding. So my brain lost the 50-50. Just bear with me a moment. This was supposed to be done while the ads are running, but you'll just have to come along for the ride while I go sell things. Let's see. There we go. That way. This is why I got confused, though, is because it was both have just a big structure that you run into. So Brain was like, oh yeah, it's that structure. No, it isn't. It's the other one. And they're both in the same zone, so there was no connecting point for my brain either. Oh yeah, we didn't end up killing that lizard because there's an axe thrower behind it that ruined my whole day. Not to mention situations where I keep missing the little fucker. Like that. I swear the lizards are harder to hit in this one, but it might just be the moveset I'm using just has a much harder time hitting them. It's like a thrusting weapon, ironically enough, probably would be one of the easiest ways to hit them. As long as you're locked on. But right over here is where good old Gavlan lives these days. So we can sell off all of these spare Mastodon greatswords and Zweihanders and such that I've acquired from all those spiders when I was grinding. And, you know, the 5 Ricard rapiers, because for some reason so many copies of that exist. I'm keeping a couple of them around in case I decide I actually want to use them. But I'm trying to keep to like 2 copies at most of things instead of piles of copies of them to keep our inventory a little more functional. So it's not just flooded with something. And I'd get rid of the things I straight up can't use that are worth a lot of souls. but collector instinct. I want to keep a copy of most things, especially if it's a unique thing. Never gonna use it, but I just like to have it and look at it. Yeah, let's run back, warp back, and finish up what I was doing. And then we'll get back to making forward progress again. And if it weren't for the fact that we would all lose our minds from boredom, I would try to get a Bolt Stone so I could have Lightning Infusion on whatever I actually wanted, but that just ain't gonna happen. Because we can't buy them yet, and the only way I know of to get one would be killing 1,000,000 basilisks until they drop one. Oh, right, you guys exist. And when I say the only way I know of, I mean the only way in our means to get one. Just to clarify further in case people are like, well, there's totally another way. It's like, yeah, but I, A, don't know that, and B, it's not within anything that I know of to reach.
Bearer, seek less.
Okay, so let's get rid of another her load here. And until I finally decide to just actually reset that dexterity, we'll just push the strength up to match it and call it good for the moment. Now, so that should end up making that slightly better, yeah. Only slightly, but that's fine. Scaling on that's never going to be remarkable because of the fact that we infused it. Yeah, part of the issue, to come back to the cool moveset thing, is a lot of things have the same movesets. So it's just like, okay, I have to filter through 15 of the same thing to find one that has a different setup. Well, when you say easy, let me ask this question. How far out of my way am I gonna have to go get it? Because genuinely, I think it will make my life easier enough that it would probably be worth it. I just, like I said, don't know where the thing you're thinking of is. So it depends on how long a trip that would be. And while I wait for that answer, I'm gonna think a bit more about what I would actually use it on. Yes, but I don't have a token to give to the NPC there to get lightning stones from the NPC there, if that's what you're talking about. He wouldn't talk to me. Since I've not done any co-op or anything, I don't have a token for him. That's why I said I don't have access to the easy answer. I know of one where one technically is, but I didn't really want to go get it. That kind of falls into the same category of how much of a pain in the ass do you think that would be? Because if it's not a whole drawn-out ordeal, yeah, sure, why not? If it's a whole thing, I don't know if I'm that interested.
Don't waste my time.
Yeah, why not? We'll go grab it. Assuming nothing goes horribly wrong. Because I think I know where you're going to suggest going. But again, that's dependent on my memory. Okay, that's not what I was afraid you were gonna say, but finding that broken bridge again is gonna be a whole to-do, because you wanna know how long it's been since I've been to Huntsman's Copse? Probably 3 weeks? I don't remember shit about this place. Just gonna keep looking at the 3 bonfires that are here in Huntsman's Copse when you say that. I think it's Bridge Approach. I would assume Bridge Approach based on Bridge. But if it's that one that's, like, at the same height, I tried to jump to that and failed. I believe there's 2 locations where there's a token. But it may be a version variable as well. 'Cause yeah, I tried to jump to that and I couldn't make it, if that's the thing you're talking about. I assume there's a trick to it, or it's just like a really fiddly jump. I didn't see... Oh, right. No, I think I know what happened, is I never went up this ladder at the time when I was trying to get to it. Because bear in mind, I was not here for that long. So I just... Brain does some bad things when you're streaming sometimes. Yep, that was too much. And of course, jump measuring in this game is a bit of a crapshoot at times. Because I didn't trust it to just roll off of there. Because I have ended up short that time so many times. I'm like, yeah, a jump will be fine. Ends up flying 7 miles further than you expect to. I'm having a day today. Just bear with me. I'm aware that you can adjust your jump that way, but that's another one of those, you have to think of it in the moment. Yeah, because that doesn't reach either. Okay. I know what I need to do there to do it the way I'm going to be more comfortable doing. It's inconvenient that that guy's there, but one problem at a time. I'll just jump earlier and it'll be fine. I'm not gonna sit here and try to learn timing for attacking mid-jump and lining all that up. Just be nice if this game would not be a pain in my ass about this. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of with that idea too, though. Why does this have to be in the most inconvenient location humanly possible? Like, really now, why this irritating spot? Why is this a thing? When you said it was going to be a quick thing to get to, I was afraid that this was going to be one of the options for what the idea was. Which is why I commented about things going horribly wrong. How? There we go. I was gonna say, how is he just walking on sunshine there? Maybe if we jump from here, it'll be a bit better. Because I don't have to do a weird crooked jump. Game, actually jump when I tell you to jump. So you may be wondering how that one went wrong. I don't know if you noticed, but I got ever so slightly nudged by the corner of that building right when I launched that jump. I hate the jump physics of these games. I really, really hate the jump physics of these games. Yeah, this jump is terrible. And you have to imagine somebody out there who made this jump wanted people to suffer. That is what this is here for, is to cause people pain. Like many things in these games, that is here just to make people suffer. The problem is there's no room. There we go. I managed to get the baby jump. Oh, there was a lockstone here too. Okay. And I don't feel like going the long way back around. I will get more homeward bones. I do not care. Get me away from here. Like, this is just one of those fucking days. Okay, let's go turn this in at the cathedral. Yeah, I assume the requirement for using a token there is just because of the fact that you're more than likely going to have naturally helped somebody in co-op at some point. So you're pretty much guaranteed to have a token to offer for this.
Transient be. You have obtained proof you are worthy of. You may call yourself one of us. Be proud. I, Targray, do proclaim from this day you are a Knight of the Blue. Rejoice and bask in your new honor.
Now here's the question though. Do I have to join the Covenant to use his shop? I'm pretty sure you have to join the Covenant. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. That's gonna be a bit of an irritation, but it's fine.
You are no longer a mere vagabond. You are now a guardian, a Knight of the Blue. Proud Knight, take this. Wear this ring and shine light upon stone. Then you will hear the voices of the Blue Apostles. Listen for their cries of help and repel the malicious invaders. This is the proud work of the Knights of the Blue, the way they elevate themselves to a higher plane. I'll provide what you need. You may visit me at any time.
Not gonna lie, buddy, if I could throw this ring in the ocean, I would, because I don't really care about what you're selling here.
Proud Knight, you may come to me, Targray, for help.
The one thing I care about that you're selling is out of my price range, but that's fine. It does also sell more of these, but I don't really need more copies of either of these. Nor do I have any need of either of these things, so I just need to go grab a bit more money and then I'll come back to this.
And I will lend you strength.
I should have anticipated that it was going to be a few thousand. I wasn't expecting 7,000. I figured 5 would be enough. Oh wait, no, the bonfire's down below. So we can leave here, go get money, and then come back and get the bolt stone. Sorry for all the extra legwork, y'all. You're just gonna have to bear with, because this will probably make things less painful. Just makes my brain itch sometimes when everybody has to sit through do some of the busy work, but that's just part of these games. We'll just kill a couple of knights, that'll be enough to do the job. Maybe we'll get lucky and manage to finish getting rid of enough of them that they stop respawning. Wouldn't be surprised if these are endless spawns, though. Oh, hey, what do you know? On cue, one of them isn't spawning anymore. Nope, you missed. Okay, we have enough now, but obviously we won't be able to afford to do the infusion and everything, so we need to get more money than that. So I still don't know what I'm actually going to put lightning on. That's going to be a whole other thing. But one problem at a time. Is the problem is, a lot of the silly ideas I have, I know are just going to annoy the hell out of me later. Is they're going to be a pain to actually make useful. Is the scythe is fun enough to use, but there's a lot of situations where that'll be annoying to use, for example. Like, any cramped tunnels and such, that scythe immediately becomes unviable. Just becomes a huge pain in the ass to make useful. Pretty sure I can afford the infusion and everything now, but we also need to fund buying more arrows. Because while we're at Macduff, I may as well get the arrows too. Trying to be efficient here, or even slightly. And it takes a few thousand to get a good amount of decent arrows. In terms of the bookkeeping, I try to be efficient. In terms of my combat, I don't always necessarily try to be that efficient. Okay. That gives us an extra 5,000 on top of the expense. But it's about 2,000 to infuse, so that's 9,000 total. That leaves us with 3,000 space at the moment. That's not really enough. I think we just quickly do another loop. It's either that or I go all the way over there and deal with the captains, and I think it'll be quicker just to reset the area and do it again. Assuming they're not all perma-dead now, which I think I died to the second knight a couple times, so I'm pretty sure that knight out front is a couple deaths ahead of everybody else around here. What? Why can't I use bonfire? Am I being invaded? Am I really gonna be annoyed again? Yep. Because people have nothing fucking better to do with their time, apparently, than to come here and annoy me right now. Okay. Why? Well, that was nice of them. There might be something else there. Still in... Oh, no, that was a prism stone they put there to mark where they were putting stuff. That's two nice invasions we've had today, at least. I appreciate the people that pop in to be nice when they invade, even if I get annoyed because it's like, I'm trying to do something here. I'm going out of order again. This is why I hate when I get interrupted, because my whole thought process falls apart. I don't know if that was a random invasion or if that was somebody actively choosing to come here. Yeah, trust me. The experience you're talking about there is why I always get annoyed when I see the invasion message, because I'm used to that being what happens. I'm used to, like, the overbuilt twink invaders who are, like, nigh impossible to fight back against being a prick. But we've actually had two nice ones today, and I have to imagine there are people actually out there, like, going to visit streamers or something. But you can't even target invasions necessarily.
Pursue your work.
But it's probably just a case of they might just be invading anybody who happens to still be playing this game, which is the more likely answer. Which, there's a question as well, actually. I would assume the servers for Scholar of the First Sin and the regular version are separate. So it's very interesting that there's even anybody left playing this version in particular that happened to have exactly what they would need to be able to invade in that specific spot. Like, there's a very big set of coincidences that would have to happen there, I would feel. I could go curved swords. Problem with going curved swords is I mostly did that in the Dark Souls 1 run, so I don't really want to do that again. I don't really enjoy katanas, so that's not really the thing. Oh yeah, no, I know. I do understand how the mechanics work. It just surprises me with how long this has existed that there's conveniently still that many, is more of the point. Like, it genuinely impresses me to a certain degree that there's still that many. Like, I was not surprised at all when we encountered basically no activity in Prepare to Die edition of Dark Souls 1. That didn't surprise me that was empty. But with how often you hear out on the general internet people maligning 2 in general, it is surprising to see the amount of people that there are. Oh, that's right. They got rid of those entirely, yeah. I forgot about that. But even if they weren't down, there would be significantly less people, I feel, playing that since Dark Souls 1 Remastered exists. So apparently there's a massive playtime difference between the two, according to How Long to Beat, which was interesting. Well, yeah, because there's not really... I hesitate to say that there's not a point, because there's still always value to playing the original of something. But with how much of a mess Prepare to Die is, I hesitate to feel that bad about it being gone. That's where the preservationalist in my mind and my realist conflict there. That is true. You can still buy this version and Scholar separately. They both still exist as their own entities. I'm just running through these thoughts while I'm staring at this list and going like, what do I put the thunder on? What do I want to use? And great swords and ultra great swords are just like out of the pool. Just throw them off a cliff. They're not even an option in my mind. I don't like that moveset. Great hammers kind of fall into the same boat there, which leaves me halberds, spears, axes, thrusting swords, straight swords, knives. I'm not using the work hook. As much as I wouldn't mind playing around with claws, the work hook ain't it. That ain't gonna be the thing I use. If the whip was less awkward, I would actually go ahead and use the whip. But the whip's moveset's kind of awkward. It's not bad in terms of the fact that at least it works in small spaces. It's just not great. The fact that I can buy more bolt stones, though, does mean that this isn't a you're screwed if you choose the thing that won't work situation. It just means I'll have to do more work to fix it. But I still want to be particular about what I pick here because it means more legwork. The whip does well in terms of having reach and all of that, so there is something to be considered there. The scythe is, of course, something we have been using and we have already upgraded. How would the numbers look for this? 147, 147, that's not bad. Meanwhile, the whip would start to look a little ratty So it is still overall better, obviously, because you lose 32 and gain 73. Obviously, the scaling gets knocked around a little bit. But for our purposes, the scaling change isn't the worst thing. I also still have the Fire Drake Stone, so I could make something fire as well for areas other than Iron Keep. It is a shame that everything I want to play with is Slash. And there's no, like, separation between... Well, actually, there is... Thrust is a different damage type. That is worth thinking about. The thrusting weapons are something I was thinking about using. And technically the spears do have strike damage as well. So that is a thought. That is a thought. The problem is, if I was going to use a spear, I could just use the Hide Spear or the Lightning Winged Spear for lightning. So there's no point in lightning infusing a spear. That's off the pool. No, I think I will lightning infuse my scythe. Because again, it is the thing I have been using. Oh, actually, no, while I'm here, I'll do the other thing I was thinking about. And I will put fire on the whip, because I think that'll be fun. And... this is what I was thinking about, is... if I put a poison stone on this, even though it already has poison, it increases the amount of poison it has, and this doesn't have scaling to lose. So I don't really see a reason not to do this, but thinking about the fact that this doesn't have scaling, maybe I just don't touch this at all, and instead just use the Ricard Rapier instead. Because this obviously has great starting numbers, but it doesn't have scaling, so this would be the better choice. What would I do with it, though? Do we have a fire weapon now in the form of the whip? We already have a dark weapon in the form of the sword. Yeah, it could be fun to have a poison weapon, so we'll put poison on that. There we go. Now we've got some actual infused weapons. And I'm defining a little bit more of what I'm actually going to use. Admittedly, I have put myself in the position where my only real different damage type ends up being thrust, but that's just the nature of who I am. I'm not really a blunt weapon using person. That's just not something I enjoy. So let's see how this works out now, before I bother unhollowing or anything like that. Let's see if it's more effective against the Alone Knights. I think it's slightly more effective than it was before. Because I would assume they're not resoundingly weak to lightning. We just have that sweet spot issue I was talking about before still to worry about. But it doesn't do half bad, and it does have more reach. So, there are benefits. And obviously, if I feel desperate to use the shield or need to use my miracles, we can use this thing one-handed. Ow. There is something funny I want to do, but it's not gonna be possible. Because there's been a part of me that wants to power stance these scythes. But that requires so much in the way of statistics, since these are 12 and 14. If it's half again the stats... Actually, that should theoretically be possible. Oh yeah, no, I can power stance these, apparently. This looks stupid, and I'm kind of here for it. Behold my twin scythes. Fear my power. You know what I forgot to buy? I forgot to buy arrows. I got excited about the stupid possibilities. Hang on, let's go buy arrows. Exactly. And now I could let it rip and just spin. Except spinning doesn't seem to be an option, but you know. It could. This should not work. This absolutely, under no circumstances, should work, but that's what makes this funny. Like, this is the closest to wielding, like, big, great weapons you'll ever see me get. This is silly. This is, like, risky as hell to do, because we have no defense now, but that's fine. Before you get distracted, buy the arrows first. Buy just like 3... Oh, no, I can't buy 300. I don't have that much. Just buy 150. That should last us for what I'm doing right now. If I'm gonna be using the other one, I should put at least like A level on it. Actually, you know what? Shits and giggles mode. Hang on. If I'm gonna use both of them, there we go. Why not? It'll make it less useful in some places, but it just entertains me to no end. 'Cause I'm not really gonna use the other Firestone particularly for anything at this point. So, that's fine. Now let's see how much this does. Will this be even remotely effective? There is one thing about this, for those that don't know how this works, that's gonna fuck with me a bit, and that is I have to use my left inputs all the time now, because my right inputs are just gonna be the regular attacks, as far as I'm aware. Only the left side has the actual power stance moves. I have killed so many of these, though. Look at all these empty spaces. Which makes the run back easier, but inconveniences my testing. That is actually, like, not that effective at all. Especially when I miss. I feel like the sweet spot on this is so finicky with two of them that I don't think this is gonna work at all. Against big targets, it'll probably be fine. Against, you know, human-sized things, this might be incredibly ineffective. How did that not hit him? That really should have hit him. And yeah, our wind-up is so bad. This is why this was prefaced with, this is a bad idea. But it's funny. Like, it takes all of my stamina just to swing these twice. I really would need to redo my stats if I wanted to actually commit to this idea. but it does work. Now, the other question. Since this requires higher dexterity, I feel like this isn't gonna work. Yeah, I can't do that. That would have been another unique combination. Whip and scythe. I could probably power stance the whip with one of my other weapons, but I feel like it's because of the fact that this needs 17 dexterity and we have 25 that doesn't work right now. But fooling around aside, let's actually get back to making some headway here. I do think I needed that quality bit of fuck around, though. You all need that now and then. You need to fuck around a bit to reset occasionally. And now that we have arrows, I can deal with this guy again. We're probably close to the point where he won't respawn anymore as well. Boink. Boink. I really should be practicing more with the scythe if I'm going to be using it more long term. Boink. See, now I feel compelled to change our armor and everything to better fit scything everything to death. I don't think I have anything that would really be perfect for that. The closest thing would be like the black robes, and that would not be a good swap for us, particularly. And this is where this is going to start being a problem to get used to, is we do not have nearly the stagger we had with the swords, I don't think. Especially when we don't hit cleanly. It's a shame that we didn't find some of the other Reapers that exist in the games. I know there's a couple more, but I think they're after where we are, not where we are currently. Or I missed them, which, you know, no shortage of things I missed. Okay, these two are gone now. Bridge guy's still here. Archer's still here. Yep, there he goes, clipping an arrow through the wall again. I wish my arrows went through walls. But just because you have home field advantage doesn't mean you should be allowed to clip your arrows through walls. So I'll give this specific spot credit. At least this is one of the places where the hitbox isn't a mile past the wall. So, you know, trade-offs, I guess. Because of travel time, we actually have more time than you might think to get shots off here. Whoop. Yeah. They cheat, though. I don't know if y'all have noticed the fact that their arrows curve towards you a little bit. They've got homing arrow technology, which, boy, do I wish I had that. Oh, how easy my life would be if my arrows had homing powers. Hesitation benefited you a lot there, buddy. Yeah, welcome to learning the moveset. I expected him to move in again, is why I swung there, for those wondering why I just wastefully swung at nothing. This is a weapon that you kind of have to read your enemies more than with a sword. So it does take a little bit of added effort. Based on how this is going, though, I think it'll be okay to give the Smelter Demon a swing with us, see if the lightning matters enough. Oh, right, I forgot about you. And you want to be a prick. He also interrupted it being used, I would like to point out. What happened there? Why did I kind of just, like, judder to the side? Did I use a move I didn't realize I did? I must have. 'Cause I don't think I did my vertical swing there. I did something else that made me just kind of judder a little. Not do what I was trying to. Hard to say. I do remain mildly surprised that the basic main attack on this is a vertical swing, though. You would think your primary would be the horizontal, since that's the main thing scythes are used for, is, like, cutting grain and such, or at least it was. You would think the natural motion for that would be side to side. Do 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 do. Mana mana. Ba ba da ba. Ba da ba da. Ba da ba. Ba da ba. Ba da ba da. Ba da ba. Okay, I think we did lose that effigy that they hit me while I was using. God, I'm so not used to not being able to get my second swing, though. Yeah, you gotta really play a distance game with these. Because, you know, obviously you gotta keep them where the blade is. I disagree that that missed, but you do you, game. I don't really have a leg to stand on and argue with you. Yeah, that's gonna be the move for these guys, I think, is just dodge the first swing instead of trying to outspeed them. Which is gonna be a bit of a change of habit. Oh, of course you got around that corner. Why wouldn't you? Fine. We're doing the distance game again, then. Oh, there's a summon sign all the way back here? That might actually be a player summon sign. We'll see in a second what that is. This is the first time I bothered to actually have my... Oh, yep, that must have been a player sign, but it's gone now. I was gonna say is that's the first time I've had my humanity down this end of the bridge. I usually activate it down over here. Oh, there's a bunch right now. These are probably all people. Yeah, considering the name. And there's a Sun and Bro sign there too, right here. Gauntlets. Yeah, I'm not gonna utilize player summons. I feel like I should be able to do this just with NPCs. But it's interesting to see that there's so many more of them suddenly. Like, the last few times we were here, we didn't have any of those, so I wonder if I was actually under-leveled in here then. Compared to what the player base is doing, at least. I figured I was over-leveled. boom? No boom. God, my roll timing is just so bad today. I shouldn't have went for 3. Oh, no, I got away with 3. Yeah, we're moving his health bar way better now than we did before. Because Lucatiel actually still has a good amount of health, and we've already gotten down to half. Let's not die to collateral damage here, though. Man, you're fast for a big guy. The way you just hop away sometimes. That would be such a punishable move if I wasn't so scared of the explosion potential. Let's play it safe and just start shooting him from here so I don't just get tagged. This Lucatiel has enough health, and there's just no reason to risk this at this point. Just end this nonsense. Yeah, apparently it does. Regular force doesn't, but emit force does. I learned that the other day because somebody told me about it. It's like, oh, you're telling me that does actually do damage. Huh, what do you know? And the egg on our collective faces about that, for those of us that didn't know that, is the description even says... I know it doesn't. Thought it did say something about doing damage. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm talking out of my ass. But, you know, I tried it out the other day after I was told it does damage, and I was like, oh, huh. What do you know? That gives you more damage-dealing miracles to play with, other than just lightning spears. It actually does pretty good damage, too, aside from to Smelter Demon, who just doesn't care about anything I do. But I assume this is one of the bonfires I was missing, and may very well be... Oh yeah, that is a fairly significant shortcut. Not as significant as I would like, but I'm assuming there's yet another one somewhere. Right, I had life gems in hand, not the bottle. Missed it. Don't you just hate buffered inputs? I know I do. Because I have very twitchy fingers, so buffered inputs are the bane of my existence, because I'll end up inputting 2 rolls just because my finger twitches. But let's go spend these souls before I lose them. Yeah, admittedly, Emit Force's animation is a little bit long, but it works. Acknowledge me.
Bearer of seek, lest this.
If we're gonna try the dumb idea with the whip, though, let's actually raise our dexterity a bit more and see if 28's high enough to put the whip in my other hand. Is it 17? And I don't really know how the mathematics end up lining up there. But this does scale with dexterity somewhat as well. It actually scales better with that than with strength, so... Let's see if I've hit the threshold, because I don't feel like doing math right now. Nope. Unless whips are just not power stanceable, which is possible. I don't actually know the answer on that one. Which, if somebody does know the answer to that, I'm open to being told that so I don't waste my time toying with that idea. But I feel like they can. But it might be that they only power stance with specific things. It is interesting how little we're getting out of this, even when it is C rank scaling. Then again, yeah, it is C, not B, so that does make a little bit more sense. I really need to get more regular Titanite shards so that I can upgrade this further if I'm going to keep using it. I kind of figured 2 whips. I just wasn't sure if it could power stance with other things. I wasn't sure if there were limitations in that regard, necessarily. And since I do not have 2 whips, power stancing 2 of them really isn't a thing. That's a shame. Because, honestly, mechanically, I could see it working with some weapons. It not power stancing with the scythe makes sense. It'd be absurd to have a whip in one hand and a scythe in the other. It's absurd enough that you could power stance the scythe with another scythe. Let's experiment right quick then. What if I put a dagger in one hand and the whip in the other hand? Is that allowed? This is a bad spot to try to do this. No, even a knife doesn't work. So if even a knife doesn't work, I'm pretty sure nothing else works. That now seems like a pretty safe bet. Which is a shame. The dream is dead. Is like sword and whip is kind of a believable thought. For example, it'd be difficult, but it'd be doable. And I would not say that it'd be practical by any stretch of the imagination. Like, you'd have to be very good at using that whip to not just wallop yourself in the process. Thank you for the large Titanite. Yep. Can I? Okay, I can swing in this hallway. I just can't double swing. Ow. Now is where the problem comes in. Oh, I got the in-place roll. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna clear our way forward because we've done this numerous times by now. Listen here, you. Gotcha. This is our last regular life gems, so let's go ahead and replace those. Yeah, ordinarily I would get up during ads, but A, the ads have happened at awkward times today, and B, I've just been kind of locked in today because of stubbornness and aggravation. Antagonizing a bunch of the enemies now for some reason. Nah, you can't fit through there. Today I learned he cannot in fact fit through there. It makes sense, because even the smaller enemies were having trouble with that spot. But it's interesting to think that they just can't get around in there. You would think guys that are meant to be guarding this place and moving around in here constantly you would think they'd be able to get around in their own base of operations, essentially. But no, not so much. Though I suppose the same could be said for enemies in these games that fall for their own traps, too. There goes that twitchy finger again. And there goes those Dark Souls 2 hitboxes again. Get out of my way, Phantom. That remains like the big downside to the neat multiplayer mechanics of these games, where you can see people running around in the area you're in, is that sometimes a ghostly ass just gets in the way. Okay. So knowing what we know about what's on the upper path now, I'm not gonna bother going that way again. I could go get the thing that's in the fire jug, but I'll just do that off camera. If I really care to go get that. Because it's gonna take a few tries, probably, and it just isn't worth y'all watching me try that and fail that repeatedly. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. All that you missed is I walked forward and shot a bunch of dudes in that room like I've done a dozen times before. So you didn't miss anything that meant anything. We're just working our way back to where we're trying to be. Take a boat. Okay, now where would a bonfire be? Where could it be? It's like, I would hope that it's past this whole bit of fuckery. I'm surprised it let me have that one. So, I think I had a theory as to where the bonfire was the last time we were here, and I think it was on the other side on the left. Past all the fire and bullshit. Woo, 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 woo. Woo. Last thing I want is to be stuck on the wrong side of that switch, because I know it comes back down after a bit. I remember that from last time. Not that we fell for it last time either. There we go. But I would much rather have that bit of space to roll back over and over again. No, there isn't a space over here, so I guess not. I don't know how interested I am in whatever that is. He says he grabs it anyway. Ow, 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 ow. It was a lightning short bow, which is not half bad. Don't think I'm ever going to use it over the Dragon Rider bow we already have, but that's neat at least. Right, you exist here. Ow. I was mashing roll, it just didn't roll. Okay, so maybe there's a bonfire here somewhere that I didn't spot? I feel like there wouldn't be one here, though. Is he... Unless the other one was just the closest bonfire. The one we just came from. Because it would either be that or the Belfry Soul one that would logically then be the closest. Is there one... Because I would figure there wouldn't be like a hidden wall here anywhere, because I'm pretty sure this is part of the arena. So it wouldn't be here. But maybe there's another path off of back where we were? Because people have definitely just jumped to their deaths here repeatedly. What does this say? Very helpful, thanks. So we know there's nothing over here because we were on this side before. carefully and short ladder. So there's a ladder somewhere around here? Maybe. Hang on. No, that's just a corner that made it look weird. Okay. Because all the walls are covered in spikes, so there's... Aha! I see why I missed this when we went through here the first time. It's because I was very much interested in getting the hell out of here. Fire? Bonfire head. I guess up this ladder. Oh yeah. There's also a lever up there. I wonder if that turns the fires off. That would be very funny if it does. Yep, that's exactly what that does. Okay. Very good. Well, at least now we have a checkpoint. You have a solid amount of souls on hand. I should get rid of. I think I have enough large titanite to make the scythe stronger as well. I'm pretty sure we had pushed the main scythe up to large titanites.
I knew you.
Yeah. Now it's up to chunks. And now it's better than our sword, which was the goal. 'Cause I do think we're gonna keep the Varangian sword around for situations where dark will be better. The scythe might become a very well-used part of our arsenal. If I had any regular shards on hand, I would just upgrade the fire whip to make it relevant, which
I'll be around
I think
if you make it back.
I think she's got regular shards left to buy.
You've been long away. Well,
Yeah, she's only got a few, but that will help.
visit me again.
I'll visit you again when you have things of any merit there, lady. Yeah, I had to go grab things from the kid. Don't mind me. Still can't make it that good, but it'll be fun to toy around with. I don't think I'm going to commit past +8 at the moment, though. Even though we do have a
I'll be
means of
around
getting more
if you
titanite
make it
chunks.
back.
I don't think I've done anything to make the armor sell anything different, but I'm gonna go look anyway.
Oh, hello again.
Nah, you don't really have anything that I particularly desire. Like, the Falconer armor's not bad, considering it's also fairly light. So, you know what? I tell you what, I'll grab that. I don't know if I'll use it, but I will grab it. And out of an interest in getting rid of some more of my money, I'll grab the Eagle Shield too. Why not?
Thanks very much. And do please come again.
Because I fully anticipate losing all of this money to the old Iron King. In fact, let's grab some life gems as well. Just spend the rest of it on some more regular life gems. There you go. Just so I have nothing to lose. Of course, you know, now that I've made it so I have nothing to lose, now somehow it'll work out first time. And it'll just be like, yep, that's expected. Down on the not quite Snake Eater ladder. Oi. Like that's a pretty hefty ladder, but it's definitely not Snake Eater tier ladder. This one I think is longer as well. Now that we... Scardell again? Hold that thought, Scardell. There we go. No idea where they popped up. We'll give them a moment to figure out what they want to do. Because they may very well just leave. Oh yeah, looks like they left me something up ahead. Or, at the very least, there is something up ahead. Oh, a rusted coin. Yep, I had a feeling there was gonna be a trick to it. You know what? That's fair. That's balanced considering the previous gifts. Yeah, you gotta balance out your help with your hurt. I can respect that. See, you can tell the difference because they were red that time. I presume they purposely wear an item that makes them appear beneficial when they're doing nice things, and they go with the standard red when they're attacking people. Or they may have switched to red because I didn't spot them, and then just went to pick the things up. So it was kind of like, oh, you're ignoring pleasantries, eh? Die. So that was positioned perfectly to knock you off a cliff, so it was pretty clear what the intent there was. You know, they did us a solid, so it's only fair that we let them have their fun. We still get the rest of the stuff, too, so it be what it be. I'm not gonna bother summoning anybody. I usually try to do the big fights on my own without the NPCs. It's the other fights that are just kind of in the way that I don't mind summoning for usually. Alright. Let's see how this goes. I might angle more for ranged combat for this, but we'll see. Because our openings to hit him aren't exactly the best. No, that did more than it did before. Though he also hits like a brick shithouse. Okay, that does stop there. Fire laser. Now that I can actually damage you, I'm not scared of you anymore. Is legitimately my lightning spears and my melee attacks both did like nothing to him the first time we walked over here. But now he definitely seems like he takes more damage than the smelter demon does from most things. But that may just be he's weaker to what we've got than the smelter demon was. No. I walked into that on purpose because I anticipated getting bumped off if I wasn't careful. Ow! I would love to capitalize on that, but I'd rather heal. Oh, you went for that angle. No! I thought he was gonna go further to the side. This is what I get for being less afraid of him, I think. What's that phrase? Oh, right. Talk shit, get hit. Don't look at me. That's the game. I didn't do it. I understand how it is to be old. Oh, I moved over the wrong way. This is kind of silly that you've got that guaranteed protection by going around the corner here, or from some of his attacks. What's he doing now, though? Ah, repositioning, I presume. So now the protection is no longer a thing. Unfortunately for him, this fight is over. Yeah, I definitely had a much harder time with the Smelter Demon than the Iron King. Oh, what a difference being actually able to deal damage makes. That hole there, though, this hole right here, diabolical. Gonna be a mimic. Nope. The Sublime Bone Dust. Now the last of the primal fires we need to light. Surprise! Hi.
No one has come this far.
Where is your face so I can talk to you properly?
Young Harlow, do you wish to shed this curse?
Sure.
Then accept the fate of your ilk and face the trials that await you. Unless you have already joined the Crestfallen.
We were close to that earlier today, but we've turned it around.
Young Harlow, there are but two paths. Inherit the order of this world, or destroy it. Only a true monarch can make such a choice. Very few indeed have come even this far. And yet your journey is far from over. Half-grown Hollow, have you what it takes? Truly?
We'll find out.
Young Hollow, seek after Venric. He who almost became a true monarch. The Venric is certain to guide your way.
What's left of him, anyway, I assume.
Young Hollow, may we meet again?
Goodbye. Maybe a less explosive entrance next time, eh? There we go. That's our 4th primal bonfire. But before we return to the far fire, I assume I want to interact with this thing again. Forbidden is the path to the Ancient King's domain. Now, you can't forbid me shit. Now, because I presume this is going to be something big and important and potentially dangerous to my life, though, let's, you know, put this on. Just in case. Oh, this is a different place. This isn't the place we went to from the other one. Same aesthetic, but it's a different location. I see. Alright. Closed. Money bags required ahead. Guess I can't go through those yet. Alright. Oh. Well, you know what? No sense worrying about that right now. Considering the money bags required ahead, I wonder if... Did they... I don't think those are the DLC areas. Oh, are the DLC areas just in the game? I thought they didn't even exist unless you had the DLC. But that would explain the money
blessed with
bag
a myriad
eggs
of souls.
statements.
Bearer of the curse, make your way to the castle.
Genuinely, I don't know. If it is, that would make a lot of sense. But I haven't the slightest actual idea. Okay. Hello, Nikolai. How you doing? I'm not gonna touch that. I was just surprised that the door existed without it. Again, not worth the effort. That's also, I would say, kind of cheeky and cheaty a little bit, but, you know. As one who's not exactly a big fan of DLC as a concept, I'm not opposed to the idea of worming your way around that as a whole. Just not something I'll do. Now, the question becomes... Well, actually, I have to assume I know where to go. So I'm pretty sure I do know. Is this door said something other than what we were worried about, I do believe. I just gotta remember which way was the right way. I don't think this is the correct way. But I was doing a damage check with the scythe against the things around here to see whether it was worth switching back to the sword. Answer's not really. Because if it hits properly, it does fine work against these. Actually, I think I am going the right way. I need to go back a bit and then take the split path to get where I'm thinking about going. This guy's just oblivious. Oh, you two are the problem. Rude. You survived on a pixel. Son of a bitch. Oh, hey, random mace. Hooray. And throw that on the pile of things I don't care about. Really? Just had to be a pain to survive a second hit, huh? Thanks for the longsword I get. Why do so many enemies just drop random maces and longswords in this game? I've noticed that. There's a lot more enemies dropping things that don't make sense in this one compared to Dark Souls 1. Okay, no, this was the wrong road. Ah, damn it. I was afraid of that. Gotta go the other way. Yeah, because I was pretty sure it was off the left-hand side of the bonfire there, but Brain was like, what if it was before the bonfire, though? Like, I'll remember the area I'm looking for when I see it. I just gotta retrace steps correctly. Of course, this is all a big assumption that I know where I'm going. I don't think this is correct either, but I'm going ahead to make sure. Now this is the door I wanted to go to. Is this correct? No, this needs the symbol of the king. Okay. For some reason I thought that was the one that needed the 4 primal bonfires. No, this is the wrong one again. There's the one that had the sentry at it. That's the one I'm trying to get back to. But I'm remembering all of the wrong doors. I know it's over here somewhere. It's connected to this area. Just gotta find the right direction. It's almost like I had said left and then didn't go left, though. It's almost like this is the right answer. The one I had said but decided not to go down. Ah, the joys of a big sweeping weapon against crowds. Heard something over here, so I was making sure there wasn't another guy in the corner. Yeah, it's this guy that I heard. Or his friend, one of the two. Hey, free life gem. Yeah, we already dealt with the sentry, I believe, unless it respawns. Yeah, no, it's still gone. Random rapier, thanks, I guess. We don't even have our item discovery stuff on. Yeah, this door, the Shrine of Winter. It opens now, I was right. But that looks like the same portal that was taking me to the DLCs. Yes, this is original version. I think I want to go this way. Oh yeah, because Scholar has a bunch of random added spawns in various places. And there's another Hide Knight. Go and beat him up, I guess, while we're here. Though, lightning probably wouldn't be great for that, so we'll go back to our darkness sword for this. Yeah, exactly. It's almost like I just forgot how you attacked a second ago and thought I could kill... Oh, right, I forgot I had that life protection ring on. You ever get greedy? 'Cause boy, did I just get greedy there. Yeah, no, there's a lot of spawns that are different between the two. And I suppose I should remind everybody, since it has been a while since the topic had come up, I'm not playing this out of any specific preference. This is just the version that I have. So this is the version I'm playing. And because of the rule I had placed upon myself when I had set up this whole thing that caused me to play this to begin with, I was going to play the first version that came out of everything anyway. And thus this would be the first version of this game that had been put out. Or amended to first viable version, for obvious reasons. Because in some cases, there are versions that just are not possible. The random longsword to add to the pile. That's a surprise. Why are you... Oh, because you're making an announcement, not because you're live. That's why. I saw an odd ping in a server that doesn't usually ping at this hour. I'm like, huh, that's different. So it got my attention. Curse your corpse getting in the way. And to cover other potential questions, no, there's no intention of playing it again with Scholar, or really playing it again at all. No intention of playing New Game Plus, etc., etc. When it's done, it's done. And then we move on to Dark Souls 3 to finish the set. And then outside of randomizers, this series probably won't be seen in the light of day on this channel. Not because of anything against it, but because it'll have been done. So... when it's done, it's done. I'm going to assume that portal just sends me to the, I think, last remaining DLC, because I think there's only 3 of them. You say try left. What's over here? Oh, yeah, that loops back to the broken thing. But there is an item here with the repair spell. Hooray. Wow, you really still hit hard. Because I got rid of the one in the Bastille so easily, I was like, oh yeah, that's not gonna be a threat. I guess they scale. Well, to area, probably. Not even gonna look at the hide lance, because we're probably not gonna use it. Is it being a lance? Sounds like something I wouldn't touch. I'd be more inclined to use the hide spear if I was gonna use one of the two. Well, this looks like progress. It's just dreary and upsetting enough to be the correct direction. And more royal soldiers, so this seems likely to be Castleward. Ow. There we go. And of course, now that we are no longer dealing with the Hide Knight, let's get our scythe back. So I think it'll be effective against these guys. Drangleic Castle. Lizard. Yeah, this scythe also probably will have an easier time hitting lizards. Because it swings directly at the ground instead of over it. Oh, hey. Hi, Harold.
This castle is isolated.
Well, yeah, considering what I had to go through to get here.
Nonetheless, you must forge on. To bring an end to your journey and mine.
Got nothing else for me? Okay. You have fun standing here. Sure is a lot of stairs. You gonna wake up and try to kill me? Yep. What do you know? It's almost as if it's predictable or something. I really need to invest in more stamina. It's a good thing there's all these stairs. Make them walk all the way down after me. Well, maybe not all the way down, but you get the point. Up. That's right, you better back up. Hiya! I just didn't want to fight a 2 against 1 against guys this big. Ow, that's why. Okay. They really thought they were going to get you with the old, we're pretending to be statues bit. I mean, they probably weren't pretending. They probably were actually turned to stone until that moment, but that's neither here nor there. Armor. Gonna get you. There we go. There's a whole thing happening that I'm not getting to see because I'm dealing with you two jokers. Oh, probably has something to do with you, huh? Thanks. You gonna do the same thing? Wakey wakey. Nope, there's more dudes first, I guess. This is more than a little bit irritating at this point. Are we done? Oi. Bloodstain required ahead, then close range battle ahead. Good for you. Bloodstain required ahead. Try luring it out. Oh, am I supposed to kill them near it? Is that the thing? That's probably the thing. Come along, over here. Yep, we need to feed it souls. That's why they keep appearing. Yeah, you know, I should have assumed that with the blue glow that happened to happen after I had already killed somebody. Well, that was fun. Interesting that they just kind of were appearing from around over here, though. I guess they just needed a convenient place for them to appear from instead of just appearing out of the ether in front of you. So, you know, just have them come around the corner. Why not? Yeah, sure is. I think I might have missed it, but I'm gonna open it and trust anyway. Great combustion and a fire seed. I really should actually, you know, spend those fire seeds to upgrade one of my gloves at some point. Also, you know how I said I was gonna use the Dark Pyromancy Flame and then I just never equipped it? Yeah. Yeah, about that. Can you tell that I'm just, like, not with it today? Because boy, can I tell. Hello, Ghost.
Who are you? And by whose permission do you stand before me?
The permission of kicking ass.
This castle is a domain of King Vendrick. Is your trespass intentional?
More or less.
His Highness. Where has he gone?
Good question. We're working on that.
You are a guest of our castle. I am the Chancellor, Velaga.
Your tune changed very quickly.
Do you seek an audience with my lord, King Vendrick?
Sure. That sounds useful.
Unfortunately, His Highness is absent.
Kinda guessed as much from you asking where he was.
The King has... The Queen has taken him.
You gonna finish any of those thoughts?
My lord made magnificent findings on souls. An accomplishment for the ages. He vanquished 4 great ones and built his kingdom upon their souls. Our king has watched over this land since ages long, long ago. King Vendrick, we must fight back, or the giants will take Drangleic.
Considering I've had to vanquish 4 great ones again, it kind of gives you an indication that things are looping a bit, eh?
The king had a dear queen, a woman of unparalleled beauty. Long ago, the queen came to us, alone, from a faraway land. She warned our lord of the looming threat across the seas, of the giants. The king crossed the ocean and defeated the giants with the queen at his side.
You know, if they were such a looming threat, it's interesting that he had to go to them instead of them coming to him.
The king commandeered their power and created the golems. With the golems, the king created this castle to celebrate victory and to show his love, his gratitude to his queen. The queen brought peace to this land and to her king. A peace so deep, it was like
A dream?
the dark.
Oh. Concerning.
Is this some sort of a dream?
Maybe. You like it?
Where am I? What has happened to our castle? Who are you?
Based on your transparent state... Oh, you've forgotten everything already, huh? Based on your transparent state, though, sir, I have a feeling you may not be on this mortal plane properly anymore. So you may be having a whole time. And I only can wish you good luck with that. But hey, at least we're allowed to go around in here now. We are welcome in the castle. Hooray. I could go through the front door or up there, but I feel like it would be smarter of me to check around down below first. Or not. I suddenly regret my decision. I suppose it tracks, you know. I'm a guest. That doesn't mean I'm allowed everywhere. I also would hazard a guess that the Chancellor doesn't really have much control over his castle anymore. Or his lord's castle, more accurately. Ah. Good Sir Knight was not ready for an unconventional weapon such as a scythe to be used against him, reaching up and over his shield and bopping him on the nose. Oh, these doors do open. I was expecting to see the word locked appearing repeatedly. Is it pointless, though? Is it? Is it really? The answer may surprise you, in that it is. Unless that was a place I had to, like, hit repeatedly, which it might have been. These doors aren't real. I was also half expecting to see dudes come pouring out of... Huh. Yeah, get a load of this guy. Get a load of the fact that he's oblivious. Good for him. Embrace oblivion. Do 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 do. You didn't hear that either, huh? Oh, you heard me creeping up on you though. Credit where it's due, you at least figured that much out. I'd be really shocked if I'd gotten away with that twice. I almost did. Now it's his turn to be shocked. There we go. You can tell when the mood shifts when I start being a smartass again. Okay, that loops us back around, as I figured. They were prepared for me to come walking through that way. Sounds like I woke up everybody on the other side of this door already a bit. Considering how well this playthrough had overall been going, I'm not shocked that we had a despair moment like we did with Anor Londo in Dark Souls 1, honestly. And Iron Keep seems about the right point where a moment like that would have happened. Even if it wasn't as warranted this time, I would say. Like, I feel like I gave up a bit too early to a certain degree there. Like, I definitely let my brain fall into the hole of, like, I can't do this. This is just fucked. A little bit too much there. This seems like a trap. You're telling me there's a bonfire there, but I'm suspicious. Huh? Okay. Gonna assume ahead means this way. Hey, bonfire, let's go. And then it explodes. No? Okay. King's Gate. Okay. Well, we still don't have the king symbol, but I'm assuming that's either going to be here in the castle somewhere or somewhere attached to the castle. Considering we have not encountered it thus far. Golems, I presume. Bloodstains. Huh. There we go. There's the problem. This weapon is not really great for these guys. Considering they nullify my range advantage pretty well. Ooh, that shield blocked really badly for me. That almost was a disaster. If I had just continued on that path, it would have gone really bad. Let me guess, there's gonna be more of you now. Yep. I just approach them and that activates them. I kind of figured. I'm mildly surprised that the other ones hadn't activated in the other room. Oh, that opened that door. Oh, am I supposed to kill them near the doors? Because they have the hole in their chest, just like the giants did. Hi, I remember you. I remember hating you. I'm sure the feeling's mutual still. I am not a golf ball. You do not golf swing, mate. No. Bad. Ow. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. I needed to dodge more, and boy, have I dodged. Oh, I activated a lot of them this time, too. Oh, this is over. I was doing so well up until I rolled twice the wrong way. Yeah. Yeah. On the bright side, as you can probably tell, we've done all the primal bonfires now, so that's good. I'm gonna go get rid of these souls before I lose them. So I was suspicious of that room, so I put the protection ring on, but obviously...
Lest this land
actually,
swallow you whole.
Shut up. Let me go repair the rings first before I spend all my money and then can't repair the rings.
I knew. I'll be around.
Sure, go for it. See, and the thing is, when you had mentioned the rotten in terms of speedrunning before, I figured it was actually going to be a negative thing, not a positive. And yeah, I know how Unfire Aesthetics work, in that they push you to New Game Plus in an area and they can respawn bosses and such. Assuming that's the information you mean. Oh, let me guess. People farm the rotten for lots of... Yep. That's what I was gonna say, because I know about the million soul thing. Because it is a slow, stumpy enemy that people who are good at it probably could just keep killing over and over again. And it does give a lot of souls, so I would assume that's part of the idea. Yeah, that makes sense. As long as you're capable of doing it, of course. But if you're speedrunning the game, you know, obviously you're pretty capable. Let's actually wear the gold serpent ring while we're in here, see if we can get anything cool. I presume I can't go this way yet, because it's going to say symbol of the king. Yep. Just gotta find the right way to get to where we get the symbol of the king. What's this say? Bonfire ahead. So that was... Oh wait, yeah, because I'm going the wrong way. Okay, that door's still open, so that's good. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's 6 o'clock, so Steam go bye-bye. Works for me. Considering, even though our invaders have mostly been kind, they've mostly also just been in direct inconvenience to me getting things done. Ow. Even the kind ones were a delay. Which again, the kindness they showed was a blessing compared to what I expected. Before anybody thinks I'm ungrateful. Really thought that would kill you, and once again I get screwed by the stamina meter. I'm still not used to using this scythe in anything more significant than enemies I can just roll over with it, as you can tell. And I'm pretty sure that should have died if I'd hit the sweet spot properly, but unfortunately, it being the fiddly thing that it is, ended up the way that it ended up. Did anybody else see it just pop into existence after this guy activated? I'm so fucking thrown off right now by that having happened. Because it literally was not there until that guy popped into existence. That's not the first time enemies have just kind of not been there and then whoop, they exist. In this playthrough. This is weird that that keeps happening. I was gonna try to draw him out, but see, there he is. He's not there again. Why isn't he there? What the fuck is going on here? When we walked out here the first time after the door was open, he was there. Now he's not there. But the second that guy activates, he's gonna be there again. The fuck? See, now he's there. What is going on with that? Like, is his... Oh, you spinning little cocksucker. Did you really need to do that right now? Did you really? Go home. Go away. Go to your corner. Okay, I deserved the first one for being cheeky, but the second one was rude. That's not a door, buddy. There you go, now you're figuring it out. Yeah, that does not really do more damage. Okay. Yeah, that does nothing. Really just do not have anything good in hand for this. I really should have switched weapons before antagonizing this. He says he just switches weapons while it's busy walking away. Hey, that doesn't mean we're done. Get back here. There we go. Well, what a difference a weapon better suited for the fight makes, eh? We'll keep this out, actually, for the moment, because it's probably going to be a little bit better for the spear guys, too. Pharos Lockstone for that effort, huh? Great. Yep, that's what I figured. One needs to die next to the door for the thing to activate. But of course, you know, that's gonna just keep summoning more problems for me, I'm sure. Yeah, this doesn't really do a lot more damage, but I don't need to worry about reach with this. And of course, I'm doing this right when the ads kick in again. My timing for that today is so fucking bad. I swear. Well, it's not like people are missing anything. I'm just fighting another one of these fucking things. I didn't mean to do that. This game is really pissing me off sometimes right now. Now they're just all activating. I really should just accept the death at this rate, because this is stupid. Especially since my lock-on will not target the one that's close to me at all. Fuck's sake. I don't know why, it just refused to cycle to that front runner there. It just was like, no. Refuse. Aggravating. Well, on the bright side, this means we can actually stop for ads properly this time, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. Necessary reset anyway, probably. I tell you. I'm pondering a couple things for those wondering what I'm looking at. Considering we know that the Ruined Sentinels were particularly weak to getting clubbed. Thing is, again, we still have nothing with any real strike damage to it compared to the overall damage things we have do. Yeah, there's the Hide Lance for anybody curious. it might still be more effective even if it's not better. Yeah, we never did actually have a basic rapier until now either. I wonder if thrust would be effective against them. You know what? I'll experiment while we're waiting for the last little bit of ad time. I'm pretty confident the poison aspect's gonna be useless, but... once again, he doesn't fucking exist until this guy activates. Okay, yeah, that's doing very little. Yeah, retrieval's also irrelevant, because we're gonna be here for a while. Yeah, that's the problem. These things kinda suck to deal with, unless you have the things they're weak to. And because I've still not been using strike weapons, I kinda get shot in the back here again, I think. How does this thing even swing? Okay, that. Okay, not particularly effective against these guys. But I recall strike being better against this. Not better enough, though. You'll notice that health bar is moving very similarly. So I didn't even bother continuing that encounter. That's about what I figured was gonna happen. So even then, it's not worth changing ideas, then. Not without going and upgrading that, probably, to make it worthwhile. We'll just stick with our Dark Varangian for this whole segment here, then. But I figured I'd try. I figured I would experiment. But considering there's like over 100-point difference there, it made sense that that wasn't gonna work. Now, why did you activate? Could there be like a little bit of consistency, perhaps? Because we definitely stabbed that other one before and didn't have this happen. I guess maybe I waited for him to take like a step further last time or something equally stupid. Either way, you're dead now. Please remain dead. Nope, timed it wrong. There's just so little leeway with our health against these things. And they're another thing that our damage output is just sad against. And don't get me wrong, by unhollowing, I could fix some of the health issue. But we take few enough hits from these guys, even without that, that I just couldn't be bothered to fix it at this point, honestly. And we had just hit the point where I was starting to feel better, too, and then they did this shit to me. One down, too many to go. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume all of these doors are gonna have another one of those fuckers behind it. Because God forbid you be allowed to have nice things. Thanks for not rolling when I told you to, jackass. we having fun yet? Is fighting this thing? I definitely ain't. It's bad enough that this is something we fought before. But also, I'm just kind of tired of this room at this point. Yep, kind of figured. Hee hee ha ha, fall down the hole. Is there actually anything down there? There is an item down there. Okay. You know what? Fine. I'll play the fool. Just because it means not dealing with this room for a few more minutes. Firearm armor. Is that any good? Slash anything interesting? As soon as I figure out where it even is. Oh, there it is. I mean, that does look good. It's way too heavy for me, though. That is double the weight of what I'm wearing on my chest right now. That's not really a thing that's gonna happen. But I suppose we'll have a look at it. Oh, I recognize this armor now. Okay. Yeah, okay. I recognize this. Interesting. Again, not really gonna see use for us because it's too heavy. And I don't really have the weight space without going over 50% to do anything near doing anything with that. But that does look to be good armor. Oh, there's a bonfire down here, huh? So I guess this was a necessary thing to fall down to at some point then. Interesting. Oh. This...
Ah, look how far this undead has wandered. And a very fit undead you are. A bit too alive, but with a darkish shadow. Yet still unprepared for a deeper dark. And like every undead, you have no future. Oh my, don't mind me. I'm just talking amongst myself. But if you find the need for a truer dark, then meet again. We shall.
It's interesting that he's got a wheelchair like this. I suppose they have existed for quite some time.
The dark is still nascent within you. May the dark shine your way.
He's not gonna have anything for me, and I don't think this does anything for us at the moment either. So I suppose this bonfire is actually not of any help to us other than getting back out of here. Or at the time. Which means I'm gonna end up respawning those two other enemies. Hooray! At this rate, I may as well do that then. I was also avoiding humanity again because of the frequency with which we had people appearing now. Best way to avoid that is just not being human in the first place, after all. Oh hey, a door that didn't immediately lead to an asshole. Great. Was half expecting that to get up and try to beat my ass now. Or that this was gonna be a mimic. Disrespect your surroundings. This is accomplishing nothing, but it's making me feel better. Aha, there is more to this. Just in case. No, nothing? Nothing at all, huh? I mean, I'm sure it's not going to be obvious the path you need to take, and that's fine. This statue being rotated is a bit of a dick move, too, because I'm sure that jump scared at least one person. They wheel around this corner and just come face to face with that. Okay. Oh, somebody's awake. Yeah, exactly. This stuff seems bad for my health. Does it actually hurt me? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Hi, Charlotte. Yep, that was melting my gear. That's what I thought was happening. And I'll be honest, I thought about titling it that, but I opted not to. So if that is acid that melts gear, let's just not go in there right now. We'll come back to that thought in a bit. All that armor clattering around. Ow. That's why they're up there. I knew they had to be around somewhere. Yeah, you're gonna lose this duel, bucko. My bow is better than yours. You just have a better position. You gonna step up so you can fight some more, or are you gonna hide? Slowly backing up. I'll get to shoot you in a second. I hit him again. It's a really hard shot to make when he's got just like a pixel or two of his head sticking up. I should heal before he kills me. Oh, definitely. It's a bit of an odd spot within the castle to have these defenses. You would think, you know, out on the front bridge might have been a better place to stop people. Like, maybe fill the moat with this acid stuff, but what do I know, right? I suppose they did have a magic soul lock on the door, so I guess they didn't necessarily need that. We're doing this again, huh? Is this just gonna be a greatest hits of everything that irritates me? Oh, there's an item. Hiya! Ow, my face. Got it. Worth it. What's next? They gonna throw a barrel down these steps at me? Hate it here. Hate it here. Yeah, of course I got poisoned this time. Because I didn't want to go rolling out the door and off the damn steps. Yeah. They've definitely done well as far as making this difficult to get into from a castle front. Like I said, I do not deny that. Boy, am I irritated from a gameplay aspect, though. Gotta say. Considering what I already went through today. No, there's actually less reasonable reasons why people hate this one, honestly. That I've heard for the most part. Because in a lot of these aspects of what I'm dealing with today, this isn't really any different than the other Souls games. This just matches things that irritate me about the rest of the series. I'll take your word on that one there, Tara, since I've not experienced the Scholar version of this area. Even back when I watched people play this, they had played the original version since they had played it before Scholar came out. And I hadn't really had any interaction with this game in particular between now and then. Till now. There we go. This is why I switched to my scythe for dealing with these guys. Is I have since learned that it's much more effective than that sword for them. Go ahead, dance past this window again, I dare ya. Get wrecked, idiot. Ah, yeah, if there isn't one facing the door you walk in, that's already a drastic improvement. Huh. Well, yeah, it being a chest is reasonable. This is something. You know what I think of that? That's not what you're supposed to do. Can't burn the cursed painting down, huh? Well, that's disappointing. That would have been very funny. There's the where we came in again. You know, a scythe really just does not feel like the right weapon for a castle siege. Oh, great. Nameless Usurper again, huh? Oh, and you're behind me, too. Look at you. This is the wrong weapon for fighting you, though. How about we come back out here? I need to keep him at a distance and actually use my weapon's reach to my advantage. It's a good thing he's a bot invade. Oh, I backed into the cursed portrait, though. You fuck. I had a feeling I was close to it, but I was hoping I wasn't gonna touch it. And lo and behold, I backed right into the damn thing. Either way, at least we didn't die, I guess. And we didn't get cursed much. Huh. Why is that door open? Hi. How you doing? I don't know why he just kind of suddenly realized I was here. It's not like I made noise. I didn't move. He just suddenly realized, like, wait, I'm being watched. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. You work at a castle like this for so long that probably hasn't been invaded in the last, like, century. You're gonna get bored. This isn't the same room, right? Right? Huh. No, it is the same. What? Where did that guy come from? Because for us to have gotten up there, we had to have gone through him. But he wasn't there before. But he's there. He was there now. Huh? This is definitely where we came from. The fuck? Yeah, no, that is 110% where we get. What the fuck is going on in this castle? Wait, no. Is this? No, because it was the next room that we were getting. No, it was right there we were getting shot from. Yeah, yeah. This is the right room. This is where we came from. I'm having a whole damn existential crisis because of one knight that just appeared out of the ether. Because layout-wise, this makes sense so far. It's just that one knight that was here that wasn't here before is fucking with my head so much. Like, is that just a thing that happens here? That guys just spawn in? And sometimes don't aggro properly, so they just are hanging out? I feel like he was supposed to aggro on me and like come running up while I was dealing with the other problem. Which at that point it would make sense and I'd understand, but... What the... What... What is happening here? Did anybody else see him splash into water? We're on stairs. How is there enough water for him to splash? This world is broken. Something is very wrong here. Yeah, I kind of figured. There's a bunch of things about this game are a little bit buggy. It's just very funny, just like right after the man appearing out of the ether, combined with the ruined sentinels that just only existed when certain enemies were activated. There's just a lot of very strange happenstances happening here. And honestly, because of that, I'm having more fun than I was before. So I'll take it. The Queen, I presume. Kawai Mori, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully y'all were having a grand time. Well, welcome to me being very confused by Drangleic Castle, because a lot of weird things are happening here. Bear with me, because I'm going to be confused for a while. Because people have just been appearing and disappearing out of nothingness for a bit, so it's a thing. But if any of y'all need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves should always be your first priority. But do let me know what you were up to. You want to know. Very curious. Meanwhile, back to me walking slowly around every boss door. Okay, gonna go talk to the lady first. Understood. Or, oh, we just talk across here. That's fine. Ah, Sinking City. I've seen that around before. Isn't there like a remade version of that out now too? Or is that a separate Sinking City that sounded like a remake? I'm not sure. It may have been like Return to the Sinking City I'm thinking of. I know there was multiple things involving the Sinking City. That's what I'm certain of. Hey, I did remember. Okay, excellent. Were you playing the original or the remaster then?
You have fought admirably on your journey, cursed undead. I am Nashandra, Queen of Drangleic.
Okay.
A true monarch carries the weight of their souls. The last king of this land, King Vendrick, as he was called. He found the strength to rule his people, and when the undead were born, cursed, he found more strength to face them. But in the end, he never took the true throne.
There's a lot of mention of a true throne here and there, and being a true king. Yeah, how was the remaster? How is that game in general? Because I've only ever, like, vaguely seen mentions of it. I've never actually seen it significantly.
Visit Vendrick.
Very helpful. You gonna give me any information on how, or is he the one behind the fog door over there? I guess I'm gonna find out. Before I do that... Okay, no, I still have the life protection ring on. Never mind. Oh, there's just a pair of dragon riders in here. Okay. I mean, that makes sense considering it's about a sinking city. Ow, that arrow hurts. I assume I deal with one and then the other one's gonna jump down, probably. Ow. Need to heal before I get shot again. Okay, he can't shoot this far down, it seems. Oh, the other one's down here now. Well, this is bad times. Probably better than having him up there shooting at me, though, all things considered. You know, plus or minus me doing badly timed moves like that. And situations like that where they hit through each other. Can I just say, that remains my least favorite thing throughout this entire series. The way enemies can attack through each other. Because that is just unreasonable. It's like, hey, you see this whole big guy between you and your opponent? You can't hit your opponent through him, but he sure can just phase through him. Yeah. Well, good thing I had that ring. Yeah, a bit of seasickness with something like that does make sense, like I was saying before everything went sideways. Let's go ahead and get rid of these souls so I don't have to worry about them anymore. Once the Herald acknowledges me again, if you would. Thank you. I feel like I've missed a bunch of Estus shards along the way, only having 9 charges as well. I really should go seek more of those at some... That remains a weirdly stilted animation she has there when she's doing the staring off into the sea. Well, that animation just doesn't seem right. Oh. Why can we see these? What? I suddenly can see all the bonfires ahead of me, I think, and I don't know why. Oh, that is actually supposed to happen? Okay. Oh, there's a whole area back there we didn't go to. And one over there. I think those are the ones that are behind the things that need the king symbol to get to those. I don't know if any of these are DLC. I would assume those wouldn't be shown if you don't have it. So, assuming that's true, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There was 4 here, right? Yeah. So 8, 10, 12, 13, 14 bonfires unaccounted for then. Oh, and the other Doors of Pharos bonfire, so 15. On the bright side, that means I've done a pretty good job of getting the bonfires in all the areas we've been to. And the Doors of Pharos bonfire, I'm pretty sure, is just because I ran out of Pharos lockstones to get to it. Because we didn't get very far in there. That is a bit weird that they're doing that, because I feel like there wasn't really anything indicating that this was gonna happen. It just, hey, suddenly you can see all the bonfires. Okay. It just feels a little weird, you know? There's a part of me that wonders if they took some shortcuts towards the end here. Because some of this feels off. And I don't have a good way to put my finger on what feels weird here. Like, unpolished would be a fair statement to say, in some ways. But at the same time, there's been a rough, unpolished feel to a lot of the Souls games to a degree. And I don't say that as a negative. Before anybody's like, wow, he's just shitting on it. It's like, no, 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 no. I actually say that largely as a positive, despite how that may sound. Is that there's a certain, I don't want to say roughness, but roughness will be a good enough word to use here, that helps make your mind a little more curious about something, for lack of a better way of explaining the thought. It makes you pay more attention because there's just enough something weird there that your mental flow with it changes a little bit. Or at least that happens to me. I don't know if it happens to everybody. Like, it's kind of like a weird situation where I just kind of notice things slightly more because of the fact that something slightly weird is going on. Wait, now there's 3 of them in there. Was the third guy supposed to be in that spot and he just wasn't where he was supposed to be last time? Weird shit's afoot. There was only 2 of them in that room when we did it the first time, right? Oh, you're guarding the door, you absolute bastard. You bastard of a tactical genius. Why are you like this? I was actually smart enough to just guard the death room, so I couldn't just go through it. You cheeky shit. Well, joke's on you. I got my own cheeky shit. 2 can be a cheeky bastard. Of course the item registered in my brain after I rolled through. Well, going back. That's not what I wanted. Great, I stole a man's pants. Anyway, just gonna open that back up. Okay. Meanwhile, up here to deal with the third guy. You know, he might be dealing with his demons right now. I think he's got his own problems at the moment. He's got his own thing going on. I'm kind of tempted to just leave him to it, but he's gonna wake up from his reverie at some point. Here, let me help you. There, I'm the real problem. What is happening in here? Like, was he trying to attack the portrait? Does the portrait register as an enemy to them? Yeah, he was just having a time. Like, if he was doing a whole thing to fuck with me, he was doing a great job. Like, masterclass bit right there. Because he fucking confused me. He just played the bit a little too long. Now, the double Dragon Rider situation, though. What am I gonna do about that? Because the Scythe seems to do competent for that, but it is a bit dangerous to use against them because it leaves me open. I don't think anything else I have is gonna be that much better, though. Like, we could try the Dark Varangian sword, because at least I can use the shield with it a bit better. But I don't think my shield's gonna help here. Because I'm pretty sure a good hit from them will overwhelm my stability and just knock me aside anyway. So I don't think it's gonna change anything. I think literally the best play I'm gonna have is just don't get shot. If I can rush down one of them and just don't get shot, I think that's gonna be the best move. Where is the one shooting from? Okay, he's up there. Don't lock on to him, you dumb bastard. What are you doing? Ow. That was bad on my part. I didn't want you to bring your friend down. Thankfully, he's at least still shooting instead of trying to slam me to pieces with the axe. So this still works. Just means there's no longer a blind spot to exploit. I just need to dodge according to both spear and bow. Oh, it's health-based for him to come jumping in, I guess. Because I didn't approach figuring, okay, maybe he aggroes at a certain range and swaps weapons. Thanks, Arena Shape. That's lovely. Missed it because he turned the other way instead of the way I told him to. Look at you with your synchronized moves. I'm so gonna get punished for this. Yep. God. They really thought it was fair to have two of these guys in a small room, huh? It's like, clearly if I had a weapon that did that damage but attacked faster, we'd be through this already. These guys aren't that big a problem. Yeah, no, I could tell that it was that he was getting knocked down based on the fact that his friend kept hitting his pillar. That's really hard to avoid doing, considering the nature of that room, arguably. But I guess that's gonna be the whole thing, is just don't get that guy knocked down, and then it's easy. Because avoiding the arrows really isn't that bad. It just sucks the second both of them are activated, because there's just no room to maneuver in there, really. Like, that is a very small space for two very large men. Okay. Now that I know that there's a trio in there for some... Okay, no, the third one is still there. I had to make sure that the third guy existed. This... Could you fucking not? I'm plotting and scheming here. Okay, get rid of one. I don't... You good? He was having a whole moment. I think the other one's joining in now. No, he's still guarding the door. Which, see, you might think they're being stupid by doing that, but that's actually smart. Because with both of them out in the room here, an assassin aiming for the queen could just bolt past them and go out the door, and their bulky frames would actually struggle to get back through to pursue somebody going for that. So somebody standing and blocking the door actually makes sense, considering the queen is nearby. And I think I think this guy was supposed to move to the door, but his pathing got all wonky is why he was dancing around staring at the painting. There we go. It might be wise of me to do one of these and see if there's anybody to summon. Not player-wise, but like any NPCs to help out with this problem. Even the score a bit, you know? This 2v1 is just hardly cricket. That was a waste of health, but it's fine. Worst case, at least I'll have my full health available. Nope. Either I didn't advance somebody's questline properly to have them be here, or there just isn't anybody here. Okay, very good. I mean, I guess to be fair, who else was gonna really be able to get this far? But at the same time, dang it. So do I have any tricks up my sleeve? I guess I could pop one of these to get some extra stamina regen for a little while, see if I can push through that way. Don't know how long those last, probably not very long. Might also not stack with the Chloranthy ring. I disagree that that reached, and I'm also very upset that he's already fallen down. Of course your timing was perfect for that. Why wouldn't it fucking be? Yep. He was out of sync so badly as far as the arrows go that was just SOL from the word go. The second he got knocked down immediately, I should have just stood there and accepted the death because there was no fixing that. With him having such a flat angle to shoot me, it just gets so much worse. This is kind of a miserable run back for this too. But considering we know how many bonfires there are, I don't know if there's one beyond here. Sounds good. I might be ending soon, honestly, because we're 5 hours in and I'm definitely feeling it. But I want to get this fight done at the very least so I don't have to deal with it when I come back. This would not be a great thing to start a session with. And at least this room's not terrible to get through as long as you're not trying to pick up the item. Unconventional weapons win the day again. There we go. Oh, hey, I got a green blossom back immediately after finally using one. Look at that. Okay. So aside from getting rid of my hollowing, there's no reason to turn human in this situation. That's what we've learned from this so far. Go away. Nope. Go away. You were supposed to fall. Okay, based on how this is going, though, Ring of Steel protection. It's not gonna change the fight completely, but it might help take some of the edge off a little bit. And that might make the difference. I would just magic these guys, but I'm gonna save that for when I've only got one of them left to fight. I fucked up. I didn't have a play there. If I kept dodging, I would have potentially gotten another chance to heal. But once he closed that gap I made, the odds of me getting another chance to heal without potentially just catching an arrow weren't good. Now, for anybody that's like, you're thinking too many steps ahead and calling yourself out of these fights before the fight's over, you're not wrong. But I also understand how the pattern's likely to play out. I'm obviously only basing that on likely outcomes, but I haven't really proven wrong that often out of this, unfortunately. Yep, all because I tapped wrong once, this whole situation with the poison room went to shit. Thankfully, Radiant Soul Gem outdoes the poison admirably. Especially long enough for me to fix it properly. Down. I suppose in some ways this is actually like an ideal weapon for dealing with shielded enemies, because you can reach over the shield, you can hook the shield, you can do a lot. Obviously, a savvy fighter would just push in under you when you try to do anything like that. Especially with the amount of armor these guys have. But, you know. That was a bit of bad apathy on my part. Now I'm just doing stupid things. Great. Love that for me. Wasting all my Estus. Two perfectly good Estus I needed for this fight. Oh, here we go again. Thanks for not taking my input there, game, and meaning I lose more time that I could be attacking this man. Ow. These arrows that are bigger than my head sure are a hell of a thing. I got greedy. Oh, he activates even from up there. Shit. Well, so much for that scheme. I was hoping not activating him off of his platform, like not having his platform get broken or anything, was gonna mean I didn't have to deal with him down here until after the other one. Why would I think there's even the slightest amount of kindness to this at all? There's only fuck you. This is gonna backfire. I don't even know why I thought I could use my magic in here at all. This room's too fucking small. You can cut the two off of there. There's plenty of shit fights like this in 1, too. Cough, cough, Ornstein and Smo. where they just bully the shit out of you with 2 enemies in a room that's not nearly big enough for it. There you go. That's much more honest. Ow. You need to take advantage while they're stuck on each other. A little bit. Oh, come on. God. Reach is brutal. There we go. 1 down. That's fine. See, I'm nervous that even at that range he'd hit now. Now the shield's actually worth using, though. God, that still hits so hard, though. Now is when cheeky shit comes into play. Fair play goes out the window, considering they weren't playing fair to begin with. Oh, you're actually guarding now. Look at you. He's afraid. And he's dead. See, that's what I was talking about. All it took was there only being 1 of them left. 2-on-1, they win. 1-on-1, they suck. And there's the bonfire. I figured it was right after this rather than right before it. Because God forbid anything nice be allowed here. Central Drangleic. Now, was that actually the second one? It wasn't. So I missed one then still. Interesting. That might be attached to where the other guy was. The guy in the wheelchair. Because obviously this one's next to him, but that might be past him. Or there's another path that I didn't take. Which I feel like that's the case, is that there's another path. Needless to say, though, we are going to go spend our stuff. Whew. With how the scythe performed there, I do think it's worth rewarding that by upgrading it further, though. The scythe is maxed out now. The scythe can no longer be upgraded. Means it's probably worth my while to upgrade this as well. Max. There we go. So that's exciting. We have 2 maxed out weapons now. To have gotten here without any of my weapons being maxed out, I am fairly happy about. Though I do wonder if... Well, there's no wondering about it. It's pretty safe to say that that was a portion of why I was having the problems I was having. Let's not beat about the bush on that one. Oh, that does go up to chunk for that. Then sure, yeah, we'll go ahead and upgrade that as well.
I'll be around if you make it back.
As this armor has served us since the wharf, so even if we don't end up keeping it permanently, it has earned the reward of upgrading. Let's push our strength up to 25 just so it's at a convenient number. And I guess we'll bin the rest of this money into healing items. I can buy 46 of them? Sure, give me 46 of them.
Thank you kindly.
Still just as upsetting as before. But there we go. Now we can start chugging life gems rather than drinking Estus a bit more often. Now, I would ideally like to get the Seal of the King before I stop. I thought it was going to take me more to get past that fight with how it was going, is why I said we were probably wrapping after it. But we are going to have ads here in a moment. Just be advised on that one. Back outside. Hello, sir. Well, yeah. You are one of the fortunate ones. Ow, ow, ow. That's a lot of arrows. Get the feeling they really don't want you getting past this point. Like, you thought they didn't want you getting through before, but now... Oh. Huh. That's an inconvenience. Also, those are larger guys with larger bows up there. Anyway, running. I have a suspicion that I'm supposed to go down, not up, and I might have actually gone the wrong way by going this way first. And I don't mean this way down, I mean there's probably another way in that other room that I was supposed to have gone first. But you know what? We're here, and we're gonna follow this thought to the end. Locked. Yeah, shocking concept. A big metal door is locked. This is an elevator. This is an elevator. Well, on the sudden bombshell of this being an elevator, we're going to pause until the ads are done. And I'm going to refill my water right quick. So, back in a second. Not gonna lie, was half expecting to come back to having been pushed down the elevator shaft by an invader at the rate we've been invaded today. I admit to partially having purposely stood there expecting that to happen because it would have been very funny. But it didn't happen, and you know what? I don't mind that. Oh, then again, we are hollow right now, so I guess I wouldn't have been invaded, but eh. You know. Thinking comedy thoughts, as always. We do have all these herbs that restore spell uses, but I've yet to have a reason to use them, really? Need too much? Like, I feel like if we were much more spell-focused, they would matter more, and I would use them. Oh, you know, that's something we can do while the ads are running, actually. Let's go see what the... Oh, wait, no. Actually, no, there is one we can do. There is something we can do. I was like, wait, yes, but no, but yes, but... Oh, there is another bonfire in... Yeah, there's another Bastille bonfire somewhere, apparently. Yeah, we can see what the Rotten Soul gets us. I didn't even think about that. Obviously, the Dragon Rider soul we've had before. Enough! Okay, that at least was fun.
Well, this is a very good. Prepare to peer.
Yeah, your shop has not changed, it looks like. But your options in here have. Oh yeah, we also killed the Smelter Demon, right? Completely forgot about that already, actually. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I remembered we had a couple new souls, so I brought us over here to Strayed to see what we could get. And, doesn't seem like too much. Like, there's the Smelter Demon Sword, which is way too big for us. 40 strength is well beyond us. And it looks like the Rotten doesn't even have an item? Yeah, it doesn't. Huh, so there was only the Smelter Sword. Wow, that's unfortunate. Yeah, wah. And again, I suppose there wasn't anything for the Lost Sinner either. Or the Old Iron King. So I guess the... Huh. Well, now that's interesting. There must be somebody else, then, that interacts with those souls. Because there was something for Freya, for example. Which Freya was the other primal bonfire. That's what I was staring at that for a second. I'm like, wait a minute. There's this big soul missing. That's because we had made the thing from Freya, I believe. I think it was one of these spells? I made it just in case I was gonna use magic. I'm not 100% certain if I'm being real with you. Oh yeah, this way doesn't go anywhere. We just learned that a minute ago, but my brain has gone like full reset after getting up for a moment. This is the direction we wanted to go. And not falling down the elevator shaft. Up the ladder, up the ladder, up the ladder. Where does it go? Up the ladder, up the ladder. Okay, now this is a snake eater ass ladder right here. Goddamn. How far does this ladder go? Answer this far. Is this where all those guys were shooting at me from? Huh. Well, there ain't any turning back. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna leave. At least one of them woke up. Oh, that's a lot of you having woken up, actually. I'm glad I used the doorway to my advantage here. Remember, the best strategy for fighting many enemies other than don't is use their own additional bodies against them. Old Night Hammer. So not a mimic? Very good. Not trapped either, look at that. Kaitha's Chime and Soul Greatsword. Neat. That chime might be worth giving up our shield chime for. Progress as well, look at that. Let's see. Oh, it's a hex-dedicated catalyst. Cannot be used to cast miracles. Never mind. Can't use that. Knock, knock. So actually, let's go back into the room we were just in and activate a couple more of those statues, because I presume that I want to activate this. I don't know what for yet, I feel like I need to activate this. Well, need, want to, 6 of one, half dozen the other. It behooves us to activate this. Perhaps this will be the elevator. And you actually get to see the animation this time instead of me being interrupted the whole time. Yep, it's the elevator. Okay. That's actually going to be really good then. We can't really go back and take advantage of that right now because of the whole, you know, this is a random hole in the wall instead of a door. But, that's a long-ass elevator, too. Goddamn. It's still going. There it is. It also kept going past our stop, but we'll worry about that later. That is a future me problem. Oh, no. Oh, that's a different problem. I thought for a second one of the statues had activated. I was like, but why though? I wasn't in the right spot. Yeah, it's more Lone Knights, it looks like. Come on. There we go. Ba-ba-ba-da-da. Cheesing the enemy. Do-do-do-do-do. He's not allowed to play. Do-do-do-do-do. Twang, a twang goes my bow. And he's dead. There we go. One problem solved. But I fully expect some of these mammoths to wake up and be a problem. So I'm gonna kind of just like sneak around the sides here. Oh, there's more of you gentlemen. Hi guys, how you doing? How about you come back here and fight me instead of me coming out in front of your friends there? Yikes. I suddenly don't like being on this side of the room. Can't imagine why. Boop. 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 No, don't boop back. You boop harder. That's rude. Ow. What part of don't boop back did you understand? You don't know your own strength, do you, buddy? Maybe you do. Can't help but think that he's offended by me. There we go. Now we got his hat, so that's something. Psst, psst, hey. Fuck you. Really? Really? You're just not gonna react to that, huh? I mean, it did a whole 17, so I guess you're not that interested in that idea. Hello. Booga 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 booga. Really? You guys are committed here, huh? Punk. Oh, there is a second archer over here, apparently. How did he miss? How did both of them miss? How did no one hit me in that whole scenario there? I should not have gotten away with that. Things I should not have gotten away with in the slightest. Any of that. Uh-oh. You know, I deserved that. For what I just did, I definitely deserved that. Thank you for the clip, Charlotte. Ow. I feel like most of this area would be clippable, really. There's been a lot happening just here in this room. Ow. No. Okay, apparently the answer is actually yes, and I don't agree. Now, Okay, I was gonna say the funny thing was gonna be that this door didn't open. Oh, never mind. Different funny thing. Hey, bud. How you doing? You don't want to know what happened to your friend on the other side of this door. Just gonna give you that much to work off of, and you can just figure it out from there. Look at it this way. If he owed you money, you ain't getting it. I know you think he's good for it, but really, I don't think he is anymore. Now neither are you. Okay. I think we're around the side of that gate we were locked out of before. I think this will lead to said gate. Bingo. Which means this will let us in. And this will give us a very big shortcut from the bonfire back here. Just in case this is locked from the other side. Let's go ahead and pop that open. Not a mimic. Would have been very funny if this was a trap and, like, these ballistae just rinsed me right when I opened that. It would have been awful, but it would have been very funny. Now then, for this door, for my next trick, this door will not open. Instead, we're going up the ladder. Hello, boys. It's a damn firing squad up here is what it is. I'm glad you guys are a little slow on the uptake. Really makes my job a lot easier. Ow. You know, I deserve that. Look, I never said I wasn't also slow on the uptake. Yep. As soon as I started drinking and he stopped moving for a second, I'm like, he's gonna just come stab me. There's no way I'm gonna get away with this. You know what the worst thing is? I don't think there's a reason for me to kill them. I'm pretty sure, since that just came full circle, that there was no point in doing that. But I just decided I needed to for some reason. And because the first one went so well, I was like, I got this. Overconfidence. Dead. Yeah, exactly. See that arrow that just thudded into my side? That's the arrow of overconfidence right there. Ow, there he is. Found him. Looked up just in time to get an arrow in the eye. That was very unfortunate. What? What? There it is. I was like, why am I not hitting him? I'm watching the arrows thud into the air in front of his face. Strange, strange world we live in sometimes. For those wondering, he's just at the edge of our range, I think. And thus outside of his aggro range. So he's not activating, unlike his friend right here. Who is now no longer activating either? There we go. He's figured it out. Ow. Get a really good view of that arrow flying for my face whenever I don't move. Okay, 2 out of 3. As you know, we lose the honorable sword fight up there. Oh, that... You know, that might do it. The amount of building that just popped into existence there, that might have something to do with the shots that weren't making it. Don't really know why a chunk of the world wasn't rendered there, but, you know, video games. We've really been seeing the world unravel while we're here in Drangleic Castle. And I feel like some of that's plot, some of it is video games. There we go. They have received their just karma of arrows into the face and all of the rest of their bodies. Let's go get those souls back. I was certainly not gonna risk ending up having a repeat of that previous situation. Oh, right, you're there. Goodbye. Gotta go right now. Gotta go. Yeah, what you gonna do? I'm up here. You're too big for the ladder. Neener. Ignoring the fact that if he wanted to, he could probably just reach up and just lift himself up here. Or just, you know, reach up and crush me. Hell, he probably could throw that halberd at me like a damn javelin and rip me in half. But he's thankfully not smart enough to do any of those things. And thus he is dead. It would have been great karma if this was still, like, far enough over the edge that I just fell off, because right after saying that, it would have just been so good. Yeah, now having gotten our souls back, let's go see where that elevator leads. Because that seems like an infinitely better idea than anything I was trying to do up there, considering we've done, as far as I can tell, everything up there. Elevator going up. I was wondering whether it was going to go up or down. There's that long-ass ladder. Is this just going to lead where we were? No? No, it's going higher, I think. Why are there so many just random mirrors in this place? Like, I would understand if they were, like, places where people would actually be standing, but the random mirrors along the way up this elevator shaft, for example, just doesn't make any fucking sense. They're all on the same wall, too. Oh, no, there we go. Ding, here's our stop. Huh, that's what I heard, huh? So what did you do to end up like this? Oh, there's also somebody in there. What a strange relationship you have. No key to the embedded in inventory. Okay. I'm not gonna judge what y'all do behind closed doors. I'm just gonna take what's in these boxes and move on with my life. There's definitely a very interesting layered scenario happening here, and I'm just gonna leave it alone. There we go, key to the King's Passage. That's probably what I needed. Anyway, you two have fun up here with whatever this is. I'm leaving. Hope you like long elevators, cause we're riding one again. Just really far fucking down. I'm running out of songs for these elevators. Wait a minute. I thought I saw a glint of an item there. But that is definitely where the ladder led. Huh. Yep. No sense worrying about that. Ta-da! Oh, there's another fog door, huh? Oh, there's just an item just here. Oh, yeah, I guess it was just a skull, huh? Really contemplating that sword cross, huh? How many of you statues are gonna come to life? Oh, no, they're all missing. No, they're not all missing heads. Just a bunch of them. Yep. As soon as there were some with heads and some without, I was very suspicious, and I was right to be suspicious. And what's that phrase I use all the time? Oh, right, I hate being right. Yep, I couldn't get that heal off fast enough, but there was no way I was getting any other movement there. Why did they all activate, though? That's just mean. Right side, we have a nearby bonfire. Downside, oof. That's gonna be a whole thing. I didn't mean to activate the elevator, but you know what, it's fine. I mean, I guess the king's gotta earn his place, eh? But just, yikes, man. Hey, wakey wakey. No? You're not gonna activate if I shoot you? Oh, that's a shame for you, isn't it, buddy? Oh, no. Oh, no, I found your weakness. Oh, no. Isn't that a shame? Isn't that just a fucking shame? The amount of damage these arrows are doing to them is absurd as well. Anyway, that fixes that problem. So I think there was only 4 of them. We'll do a head count along the way, quite literally. Yep, nope, that's all of them. And then there's this Joker here at the end, thinking he's a cool guy, gonna succeed where all the statue fighters failed. Ignoring the fact that all of his comrades failed before him. But no, he's gonna be the guy. He's the badass who was gonna save the day. Let's go ahead and put the soul protection ring on, because we don't know what we're getting into in here. Looking Glass Knight. This is a well-known one. Guess this explains all the mirrors, eh? Ow. Well, that didn't last long. Yeah, I believe it's the music in as well that is well known. Because I do remember seeing some variations of the Looking Glass Knight theme. Anyway, gonna go spend these souls before I get my shit pushed in by the Looking Glass Knight again. There's part of me that's like, you know, maybe I just leave the Looking Glass Knight as a future me problem.
Is that a here to see luck? However.
Oh yeah, 10th Estus as well. Yeah, we didn't really get to see the arena for very long when he just pounded me into the floor twice and I died immediately, but yeah, we'll see. There we go. Now that I don't have anything to lose, now we'll actually look at that closer. So, jury's out as to whether I'm going to be up for dealing with this right now, but we'll give it another look at least. That'll definitely say I was not a fan of the 4 twin blade wielding horsemen that whooped me when I walked in there the first time, but you know, gotta guard the passage somehow. Speaking of, fuck you. And fuck you. And fuck you. And don't think I forgot about you. There we go. The fact that you have to go through all of them every time in order to fight the Looking Glass Knight is a little bit annoying. Like, obviously, in my case, it's not that big a deal because I just shoot them and then just stab this guy. But it does kind of add an unnecessary bit of extra legwork to your runbacks. Oh yeah, no, it definitely has a good tone to it, especially considering everything you've been going through up to this point. It's all got a lot of good build-up to it. So apparently there are items that I didn't spot. Doing a sweep to make sure there isn't like any summon signs around or anything. Though again, I would imagine that there's not going to be that many NPC summons here in Drangleic Castle. Yep, looks like there's a lot of nothing to work with here. Alright, let's try this again. I would enjoy the art design more if I wasn't in the middle of fighting for my life, I think, is the thing. Oh, I did it bad when I did that, didn't I? Oh, your timing is a bitch. Yeah, because I genuinely do not have any time to look at any of the lay of the land or anything particularly, aside from analyzing what will be in my way and what won't. I hate you already because of that ever-present shield you have. Like, you're slow at least, but that shield is a nuisance. Because your rotation speed is fast enough that I can't get around that shield effectively, it seems. So hitting you takes forever. Okay, no, you just channel lightning from the sky. Okay. See, what I thought was happening is he was taking the power from my attacks for himself using the shield. Which I think he's doing that now. Oh no, he's spawning minions. Great. Wait, I recognize that enemy. These were the guys from the belfries. Interesting. Why are you here? Either way, you're not here anymore. Like, I don't want to circle on his sword side, but I almost feel like I don't have a choice because of the fact that his shield's such a nuisance. Like, at least I have a vertical swing to kind of get around the shield with as well, so it could be worse. Oh, of course you did a forward swing that time. So you might be wondering, this guy's so slow, why are you having so much trouble with this? It's the same thing I talked about before, where I get ahead of myself very easily, so he is paced pretty much perfectly to be antithetical to me. Because I will always move slightly too fast for his slightly decreased movement. There's just like a fundamental desync between how I respond and how he moves. And it is going to be a problem. Speaking of going to be a problem, I'm almost out of arrows. And I'm not really looking forward to having to fight the entire barn of assholes here on the next run back. Well, at least two of them isn't going to be anywhere near as bad. And oh, if you swing fast enough, they just die. I guess they really do just have a massive vulnerability while they're stone still. Huh. I assumed they, like, had a massive magic vulnerability or something, since the bow was doing so much. But I guess it's just a matter of you're hitting them while they're still stone, so they're just incredibly vulnerable. Honestly, I never really noticed that because I very rarely strafe to the left. I usually strafe to the right. Because that's usually shield word on an enemy, which is usually where you want to be on an opponent. You want to be... You want to keep their shield in their own way, to a certain degree. Ah, okay. See, I didn't get that because I didn't know that you meant their left. Okay, then never mind. So, you're fine. I also don't have time to process things because it happened to be right when the fight started that you mentioned that, so my focus was definitely not on translation. God, this shield is a bitch, though. Like, even when he's not guarding with it, it just deflects everything. Which is more than I can say for the shields on most other enemies that have them. Like, at least you get through somewhat. Rather than just immediate bounce. Okay, he's summoning now. It doesn't help that this scythe is doing way less to him than I would like. Yeah, now I gotta waste time dealing with you again. Not gonna lie, so far, not a fan of this fight. It's not bad, it's just really bad for me. And maybe I just don't get it, but I'm still not 100% sure how the whole Looking Glass Knight relates to summoning enemies. If it was summoning, like, copies of me, I'd kind of get it a bit more, because, oh, it's your reflection coming to fight you. But he's just summoning that specific phantom so far. I assume he's got other ones he can summon too, probably. Oh, and the tiny little bit of pedestal stops you? That's not good. Like, the little bit of pedestal on the floor being an obstruction, that really makes me unhappy. That seems just bad. Like, not to pick this fight apart, or after somebody said anything positive, but that's just the way I'm looking at this right now. And this fight's really gonna just turn into hit, dodge, hit, dodge, hit, dodge, which is not very exciting either. Because I just don't have any other choices here. Because of the fact that he just deflects so much. Okay, no, it is just another big sword guy, huh? Okay. Yep. Yay. Like, I was already irritated enough with a 2 against 1 because there just happened to be 2 guys there. But having this thing being a summoning encounter right after that, not really sitting well with me either. Like, I fully agree that aesthetically and everything, it's great. Gameplay-wise is where I'm having a bit of a problem with it. I mean, obviously lightning's not really the answer for him. That seems to be a given, considering he is literally using lightning. Which, that's another layer of irritation, but that's on me, that's not on the game there. Where it just happens to be the thing I'm using turned against me. But no matter what you use in this game, you're gonna have it get turned on you at some point. Because there seems to be coverage for basically everything in this game. Okay, you can just chop these. You just gotta be fast. This is an inconvenience, though, because this guy just happened to activate early enough. And take what I'm saying with a grain of salt as well, because, like, obviously I've been aggravated throughout a lot of this session, which is tainting my experience with some of these things. That is just a fact. Because, you know, the more you're having a rough go of it, obviously you're not going to enjoy things as much as a result of that. Because it's going to tinge everything you're dealing with at the time. But especially this being a capstone of today's experience. And him jumping far enough to just land on my head there. Not a fan of that either. Feel like there should be a restriction on how far he jumps to make him not just hover on your head for a second. And like that. That seems not ideal. Okay, and he goes right through my guard as expected. Of course, now we're going to be at a range disadvantage by far here. That seems like it's doing about the same, but it's harder to get in to hit him with. Easier to get more hits, though, because it takes less stamina to use this weapon. Like, until he summons his friend, he does give you ample openings, and I'll credit where credit's due there. But, like, for example there, I was middle of his body and the shield still deflected my attack. That's the kind of thing that gets me about this. Oh, he summoned a different dude this time. Wait a minute. Does he summon what the game treats as a counter to what you're using? Because that would actually be interesting. I'll give credit there. Because it could be operating under the logic of your reflection is your opposite at that point. Which that I could start to see. I could start to see the vision there a little bit. God, the delay on that is disgusting. Like, why does your last swing wait 2 to 3 business days before happening? Like, it's telegraphed really well, but it's hard to read exactly when he's gonna release it. Ends up being the problem. You have to just kind of get hit by it a few times and figure it out. And as we've discussed before, I'm not really the best timing player in these kind of games. Doesn't help that he's like 3 hits and I'm dead. Okay, I did outrange that. I thought I was going to be able to circle around that. Take advantage of him summoning. Because it's like the only openings I'm getting to hit him at this point, apparently. Okay, no, he just summons things. It's not targeted particularly. Based on the fact that he's now got the greatsword dude. Like, we're back in that annoying position of like, oh, hey, I want to actually take action here. Oh, no, I can't because they're both covering each other with their attacks. Haha. What's that? You want to play the video game? No. Not allowed. Is like them making you circle a different direction thing, not really as big and remarkable a thing. Like, it's a neat thought, but it's not like, holy shit, this is the most impressive thing ever. I'm mostly focused on just how much trouble I'm having with this pattern. Almost got it, though. Oh, he changed moves there, but he's dead. Like, the gimmick of the mirror is neat, but he really is, at the end of the day, just another big stompy guy with a big sword that kills you in 3 hits. Maybe it's just my sour mood, but I don't fully get it. Like, I'm not in the sourest of moods, but there's just, like, just enough irritation there to tinge it, like I was talking about. But again, everybody prioritizes different things about an experience as well. So this is not said to invalidate anybody's opinions or how anybody feels about any of this. This elevator ride also feels incredibly quiet after all of that. Almost uncomfortably so. Just the droning of the elevator going down. Leading to a hole in the wall. Okay. Very reminiscent of the Force of the Giants, really. Green Blossom. Yeah. Maybe a torch would be wise. They wouldn't give you an opportunity to light one without some reason. Do me a favor and step away more often then, so I stop getting my ass kicked sometimes. Ah, I see. Shrine of Amana. I don't know if this is where I want to be, but, well, I guess we're here. I mean, it is a thing. What the reasoning is in this particular case, good question. Does this door open? It does. Can I reach this without falling to my death? No, I think it's meant to be knocked down, perhaps? Almost broke my damn sword fighting that thing, too. There it goes. That is to be retrieved later, I presume. Once we get down to the bottom. Okay, no, that is an enemy. I was making sure this wasn't a weird situation of this not being hostile, based on the fact that it wasn't moving. Pretty sure that gas would have been particularly bad for me. Nothing too remarkable in there. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume the singer is going to be a problem. That just seems like a safe bet with this game. Remember when I said like an hour ago I was gonna be stopping soon? And then we suddenly started making large progress, and I'm like, well, I can't stop there. Yep, had a feeling there was gonna be something around here. I heard something making noise. That was a very strange looking creature, though. I see you. Didn't see you till almost too late, though. Emerald, Radiant Life Gem. We've seen these guys before. Not many of them. Looks like this water's not super deep. It certainly didn't feel like I was making good progress at times, and that's where kind of the mood was souring. Because we kind of were on a roll of getting stuck on things today. Which, and I've talked about this with Dark Souls 1, and I'm pretty sure I've talked about this at least once with this one as well. Where I start getting in my own head when I start getting stuck. Especially for stream purposes, it's like, okay, people are really gonna start losing interest here if I'm still stuck at this fucking thing for too long. Now, I know people's interest obviously varies with that to begin with. But it bugs me every time. The giggling as I opened the door was concerning. Let me get rid of this first, and then I'll circle around to that thought. These guys are interesting, though, and I see the pot there. I think that's where the giggle came from. You wanna have a giggle? Here, laugh this off. Or not. Fuck you. Wanted to do something cool and flashy to break it, but no. Can't have nice things around here. Hi. You gonna turn into something monstrous and try to kill me?
We knew you were coming.
Of course you did. I'm kind of hard to miss.
And stop singing.
You didn't have to.
We are Milfanito.
What do you mean, we?
We are here to sing to those bound by death and dark. We will sing here forever, as we always have, from long, long ago. We know nothing of the world outside. And why should we? For we will never leave.
Why not? Haunted Folly, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? You're just in time for us to have finally broken past some issues here in Dark Souls 2, but it's up in the air how much further we'll be going today. But hopefully you had a grand time with whatever is you were doing. And if you do need to raid and run, please do make sure to do so, because taking care of yourselves should always be your first priority. But it is good to see you all. We'll just be talking to this lady for a little bit longer, and then we'll be moving through this door.
Do you seek King Vendrick?
Sort of.
But what is a king, after all?
Usually a guy who sits on a throne.
We know nothing of the world outside.
That sounds like a you problem.
For we will never leave here.
You keep saying that. If you keep saying that, then you're never going to leave, because you're never going to try to leave.
When we sing, the little ones dance.
I have a bad feeling about the little ones.
Comfort to those who bear death and dark. This is what we were taught.
Nice, nice. Abiotic Factor's good stuff. I did see that there was some more updates. I need to roll back around to that at some point, but I'll probably wait till a few more things happen for it. Hopefully that ended up going well, though.
Is there anything wrong? Perhaps this will help.
Oh, you ask me if something's wrong and then you hand me a rock.
This is all that we can do. When we sing, the little...
I guess I should be grateful that she at least gave me something? Maybe it's all the randomizers I've played, but it really just feels like the game thumbing its nose at me when it just gives me a rock. Especially considering we've already got most of the things I'd want from the smooth and silky stones. Aside from maybe some more infusion stones, I think one or two come from the larger of the smooth and silkies at least. That is something I will go and do between sessions. You don't need to sit there and watch me drop rocks in front of a bird until it gives me what I want. Okay, this is still solid enough ground. Yeah. And a high, yeah. Look at me actually getting to use my magic again. Been a while. Usually there just was no good positioning to use it. He's too deep to really hit properly. Going fishing. Now, you want to have your turn first? Okay, that's fine. Good day, sir. They make a really good death noise. Just, whoa. I thought I heard something else come out of the water, so I was watching my back for a moment there. Ooh, Archdrake helmet. Neat. Really? How did you miss? You had my back open to you, and you missed. What's this guy doing? He just completely just swung right past me. I was too focused on these things. I probably shouldn't stare at the things in the water. That's probably not a good idea. That's how you end up walking out into the water and drowning. It's weird that those didn't come out after me, though. Kinda bugs me. Hate this. Especially since I'm... Oh no, I'm not out of arrows, I don't think. I'm just out of... Yeah, I'm out of the kind that I was using. Maybe he just couldn't see so good through his helmet. Maybe that was the problem. It didn't look like it had the best visibility. Oh, this is just upsetting. Oh. You know, somehow it's more upsetting that the sparkles left when I walked towards them. Because now it just feels kind of insulting instead of concerning that it's going to be like poison. Part of me feels slightly bad just slashing these guys' heads off like this. They were just kind of vibing. They weren't attacking me. But at the same time, they were going to attack me. I think. More Twinkling Titan and more rocks. Kinda looks like you could squeeze through here, but you can't. Or something could squeeze through there to come after me. Maybe that's how they got there. So you're telling me this whole long path and there's no other checkpoint here, huh? Yeah, that would make sense. Like attracting the greedy through the sparkle. Yeah, I could see it. Yeah, both the protection rings are broken. We are not going in there with 50,000 souls. Absolutely not. That is a fast way to lose all 50,000 of those souls. I tell you what, we'll take at least a swing at that. In honor of the raid that came in. But first I'm going to clean out my inventory. Sea of Souls. Which there is going to be an ad here in a moment anyway, so that actually works out perfectly as far as that goes. There was a bonfire in here, right? Not just assuming there was a bonfire. Sure there was one. Going the wrong way for it though. I think it was up the next floor. Yeah, thinking further about it with things like them luring people in with the glint of treasure and things like that. This is what I mean by there's a lot people are going to miss their first time through, especially if they're struggling, because of the fact that their focus is going to be so much on surviving and watching for the next threat that you don't process the rest of what's going on. And it's kind of unfortunate. Like, it's something that probably could have been avoided if they had eased off a little bit, but at the same time, easing off a bit might have compromised the identity of what they were going for.
Bearer until...
Now, obviously, with the ads running, we're not going to be going right back into the fight. I'm going to go do some bookkeeping, and then we'll go fight. Once everybody's back from the ads. I need to actually eat another one of those souls so I can pay for repairing the ring.
I knew...
Well, the rings. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's definitely not something I feel prepared to fully explore myself.
I'll be around.
And, like, explain every nuance to it, because obviously I don't have that information. I feel like that's something that somebody with the context of having played this multiple times would be able to do that. Yeah, I could see that. And we'll follow that thought up the rest of the way after the ads are done, because I know not everybody will be able to hear that conversation.
I ought to fled.
My familiarity is purely from the experience we're having right now, pretty much. Other than having played it a bit in the past.
Dear Flame.
Well, Bloodborne operates under more or less the same overall philosophy. It goes about it a bit differently in some ways, but it operates under the same main design philosophy. Because that's just how FromSoft operates. But like I said, we'll address that more fully once people are back from ads, so I can have this conversation with everyone. I am going to go ahead and work our way back to where the fog door is during the ads, because you don't need to see me walk through all of this again. There's not really anything to be gained specifically by watching that. Those that don't have to watch ads, obviously, will have to sit through it too, but it's not that big a deal. Okay, these guys do respawn. Whoa. Got the robes now, too. I really picked the right weapon for the job here, I'd gotta say. Because we can get these guys before they properly activate. Oh, I think I've realized a funny. So you remember that curse jar that was giggling at us that I broke? It's positioned perfectly to curse you while you're talking to her. It's a fucking trap. Exactly what I thought it was. That's fucked up right there. That is absolutely what that's intended to be. This whole place is just riddled with, look at this attractive thing, oh, we're gonna stab you in the back type scenarios here. Sneaky, sneaky. These guys all drop human effigies as well, which is a telling sign in of itself. Why did you survive this time? Why are all of you attacking and being effective this time as well? Guys, what was that move? Did anybody else see the weird, like, cha-cha slide before stabbing me that guy did? I love how y'all were in ads when that happened. So you just completely missed the most bizarre side slide into a hammer or poke that one of those Archdrake guys just did. But to catch you up on the only other thing that was discussed during ads is the curse pot that's next to the singer there. It is positioned perfectly to set you up for getting cursed while you talk to her. Why are these guys suddenly what the... Why was I suddenly facing back? What is going on here? I swear the further into this game we're getting, the more it's falling apart. Like, obviously I am falling apart myself, but that's already a known quantity. But I swear more and more weird nonsense is occurring too. Yeah, to talk more about design philosophy and such, though, especially pertaining to people missing things because they're just busy trying to survive, that's been FromSoft's MO from the beginning. Like, every game they've made, more or less, has been that. Everything they've done has ended up having a lot of things buried under the surface that you won't notice the first time. It's one of the things I give them a lot of credit for. Even if it does end up backfiring a bit sometimes on people's experience with the thing they make. Now, the other side of the coin, though, is with things like Kingsfield and Shadow Tower and all of those, you have a little bit more time to process things, usually. Because they're slower games than this. So there's kind of a back and forth in my mind for that, a little bit. That's not even what I mean. Like, there is always a hint of that as, like, an overarching theme, but that's not even really what I mean. Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is a main thing that they go for. Like, I wouldn't even think that that's a question. Though, they did better about making there be benefits for it in these than in their older titles, I would say. Because there was less of a New Game Plus as much in, like, Kingsfield and Shadow Tower from what I can recall. I think there were some things that could change if you replayed, but it was more you just noticed more things on a replay. Now, in their more recent titles, more recent being Dark Souls Onward, etc., there's more tangible benefit to a replay because you can actually benefit from New Game Plus and all of that. It's interesting to think about. Oh yeah, while y'all were stuck in ads, I did buy a sizable slew of replacement iron arrows, so I don't have that problem anymore. So there's a funny other angle here. All these things floating here. And there may not be a sinister purpose to them at all. Based on the noise they're making, they could genuinely just be bugs that just happen to be attracted to whatever the, like, pustules and such on these people is. Because you notice it was primarily hanging around them in particular. Even when they were in the water, those things are hanging around them. So it easily could just be like a natural symbiosis thing instead of people being baited into a trap. But given the context of everything else about this place, it leads you to think it's all about everything being a trap. It's interesting. It gives you multiple interpretations that all actually do make sense. Oh, this wasn't a boss door. At least not immediately. Huh. Being fired upon immediately, though, which is rude. Could you not? There's something wrong with your everything. I don't know if you noticed it, but there was stuff growing out of their face. Like where the face should be on that hood, there were like vines and such coming out. Stop it. I'd say get some help, but it's a little late for that one. The things coming out of their faces looked a lot like these plants. Just gonna leave that thought in everybody's minds there and just let that sink in as a concept. Because we can get a better look at this one a little bit. Can I, like, kick you over so we can actually see you better? No, you don't have physics anymore. You can see the... Is that wrapped around their head, or is that growing out of their face? I really can't tell, but it's got a lot going on there. Which makes you wonder, is, like, are these related? Are these two creatures related? Is this, like, an earlier version or, like, a failed transformation? The world may never know. I thought this was gonna be death to jump to, so I was like, let me jump onto the obvious platform instead. Thanks, game. That's clearly where I wanted to jump to, yep. Why would I want to jump anywhere else? There we go. The fact you have to have a run-up before you can jump remains an issue. And, this was for nothing. It's a neat view, though. You know, this is not the first time they've had a skybox like this. This was, like, over in the Great Hollow as well, in Dark Souls 1. They really like their, like, canopy scenes with the blue white light coming down. It's a good look, so I see why they use it. But even, like, the plants, the same plant type is here, too. This is more like there's roots coming down from, like, larger plants above than it is necessarily, like, vines or anything. There's certain, like, aesthetic things that they use and reuse, and I have to assume there's something to that. It's just not clear what. Like, maybe it's just an aesthetic they like. I feel like there's more to it than that, but... Why are you facing the wrong way? Obviously, I wasn't sneaking up on anybody in the water there. Wow, you really have a long aggro range, huh? Not letting you finish any of those sick spell casts. No, no. Oh, you dropped Twinkling Titanite. Neat. Oh, hey, remember these guys from the beginning of the game? They're back now. You would have seen them again earlier if we were playing Scholar of the First Sin. It's like there would have been, I think it was one of these, like in Forest of the Giants even. Yeah, bet you thought he was open there. That's why I stayed off to the side a little bit. I'm onto your tricks. I'm not stupid, mostly. Yeah, thankfully this one's being a little bit stupid, so I'm kind of down with that. And of course, having reach helps. Common fruit. I think we've had common fruit before, haven't we? I feel like it doesn't do anything that remarkable, but it's... Yeah, temporarily boost poison resist. Yeah. The Forest of the Giants one was just the one I remembered off the top of my head because I remember seeing it in the wiki. Huh, a corpse with nothing. Knock, knock. Here we go again. There we go. Ooh, both sets of them drop Twinkling Titanite. Well, I guess I don't need to be frugal about that anymore. There was a laughing pot somewhere around there, too. I heard it. Okay, these ruins are kind of annoying. I was getting my feet stuck there for a moment. For those wondering why I didn't press the attack, I couldn't. I was getting stuck on ankle-high wall. The water here makes sense, at least. Yep, I thought I heard more magic flying my way. A lot more, in fact. Yeah, I can imagine, considering it's later on, they kind of have to start giving you better things. I'm gonna get you. Uh-oh. Yep, I was gonna die there, no matter what I did. If I dodged the magic, that was gonna give him another opening to go for me, and I wasn't really favoring my odds. Is the play a result I saw happening there is I dodge hit his attack, and I get hit in the back with magic again. I dodge the magic, he hits me in the front instead. Like, that was just the result I saw happening, no matter how I looked at that. That's a long trip, too. Well. You can definitely tell the difficulty's scaling up. These guys are at least still reasonable to defeat. Like, they're not taking, like, 15 hits to kill or anything absurd like that. I'm glad that doesn't seem to exist here. Because that would be very annoying. So instead, you know, I've got a Gatling battery of magic to deal with instead. Of course, as a result of the weapon I'm using, we're obviously dealing with consequences from that, too. Yeah, this guy jumps you the second you open the door, and then if we walk over here... I know, the pot doesn't actually reach you here. Huh, my entire conspiracy theory is incorrect. It just gets you here on the way out instead. I'm actually kind of surprised that that doesn't reach you there with where that pot was positioned. But I figured I'd test my theory. You know what the noise they make reminds me of, actually? It's very similar to the noise Ganondorf makes when he gets hit in some of the early Zeldas. That's the noise I'm thinking of when I hear the ooh, ooh. Almost died again, which would have been very annoying. Thankfully, he didn't, like, power slide into his poke, so we're fine. I should look to see if that Archdrake stuff's any good. It's not bad for how light it is. Not really gonna be a fan of the robes too much. Lindelt, though. Interesting. Like, the robes are really heavy, which makes sense, they're robes. Robes are actually way heavier than games usually give them credit for. Considering it usually is comprised of a bunch of layered sections of cloth, among other things. Archdrake Helm's also a little bit heavy. It's not really going to be useful to me either. Okay. Yeah, see, just walking in your banishes though, so I don't even have to deal with that. I don't even need to deal with that bunch either. None of them matter. We can just carry on. Now, the bow is worth thinking about again here, though. Okay, no, they cast fast enough that the arrow doesn't get to them before I can stop them casting. What the? They must have just gotten another shot off. It does stop other things rushing me while I deal with one of them, but I just don't think that that actually benefits me that much. Because they just have a really fast cast rate. It does give me room to dodge their spells, though, if I'm not in the middle shooting when I have the spell arrive. Big problem I'm seeing here is you're just gonna get drained down dealing with all this. Ooh, Staff of Amana. I have to assume that would be very good if I was using sorceries. That sounds like it'd be very good. S rank magic. Spell damage modifier while human. Okay. A lot of different damage types, too. It does both dark and magic, no physical at all. Which is interesting. What is this? Casting speed. Okay, so it's only got 100% casting speed, so the bat staff would be better if you're aiming to cast faster. But that S rank does presumably shine really well. Again, if you're using sorceries. Need 35 intelligence, though, which is... Whew. I sure ain't that smart. I mean, listen to how I just said that. That'd tell you everything you need to know there. Yeah, no, I understand how hexes work, just I was prioritizing the sorceries because hexes can be used with a variety of tools. But you are right. Which I did consider doing hexes, but since it would involve a bit of both intelligence and faith, I wouldn't have had room for physical stats, so I opted out of that idea. At least based on my understanding as it stands. Because I know the tools involved use a bunch of both stats. You don't necessarily need both to be high to use the things, but they both need to be present. Which gets a little tricky to fit in number-wise. Especially early on. Oh, come on. Walk through the fucking door and immediately get blasted. This one's guarded. Oh, I think they might be double guarded, actually. Oh, right, it's this one. Forgot just that quickly. You go away. You shoot. I think I'm just not gonna deal with him, if I'm honest. So if I'm quick enough, I don't think he can react quick enough to stop me from getting to the door and getting through the door. Bye, big man. Just gonna close this, don't mind me. I just got no reason to deal with him. Kinda looked like I could... Kinda looked like I could go around this whole thing. Honestly. To try to get to my souls faster, but... Probably better if I go direct. Yeah, exactly. Had a little bit of something stuck in my throat for some reason. You are so lucky. There we go. Oh, those are hitting me, though. But only one can hit me, so I can kind of stun lock them. There we go. When in doubt, the power of archery is my friend. Even if the power of hitboxes are not my friend. Apparently they don't understand what's happening. There we go. That'll make my life easier. Oh, there goes the staff, tumbling away. Question is, where was the other one that was shooting at me when I walked over there? 'Cause that's what I was scanning around for with my zoom before. I don't see anything. They might be like right behind that plant. I feel like you'd run into reach issues with throwing knives unless you really learn how to aim them in this game, which is why I opted for the bow. I could definitely see throwing knives being really good. Same with the bombs, honestly, depending on the situation. Which is why I still keep a stock of firebombs in my pocket. I just haven't actually ended up using them because you can only throw them so far. Oh, there they are. I see them now. Right there. They blended in, which I'm sure is on purpose. I'll take getting hit once in exchange for them being dead. That's a good trade in my opinion. There's the spot we had gotten stuck before. Not the exact same spot, but same concept. Also so on edge of moving around here. Because of being worried of just like falling in the water at any particular time and just dying instantly. So that's why we had as much of a problem as we did. There was 2 mages in that vicinity, and obviously there's the Archdrake dudes right there. Doesn't look like there's any other casters, though. It looks like we're clear on those, at least. Let's aggro one of them if we can. Nope, they're both coming. At least one's weakened. Oh, they have a friend. I just couldn't see their friend at first. I don't like what that's doing. It's just walking towards me, arms up like it's trying to dance or it's coming to give me a hug, and I don't like either of those ideas in this context. Something ain't right with you. Let's just not. Whatever that was, let's just not. Now the fun question, once again, of is this a boss door or is this not? Very curious about all that stuff out there, but I'm just so scared of just falling into the void. Uh-huh. You can get this, though. It's probably very hard to see on the stream, but trust me when I say the ground just ended there. And it would have ended me. Let's just put the life protection ring on and find out. Yeah, I figured. This place seemed like it was just like a really long run. Especially considering we hadn't seen another bonfire after all that. I was giving FromSoft enough credit on that. It's like there would have been a bonfire somewhere before another boss fight. That's mildly surprising, honestly, that the torch would help that. Oh, hey, there's the bonfire. There's also big mushroom bug. Ah, okay. Deal with that in a second. Easy solution to this problem. Somebody playing melee only would probably have a really bad time right about now, because I'm assuming that stuff is real unfortunate to walk into. Since it's the same color as the acid, I would assume that's gear melting, and that would be really sad. There we go. Now, the fun question. Does the big one come back? Sure does. But 6.5 hours in, having gone further than I intended, I think that's a good stopping point. Especially considering, in case you missed me mention it yesterday, we have a bonus stream tomorrow. Because I have the opportunity to play Far Far West with some friends, and Wednesday happened to be the day that it landed on as being the best opportunity for that. Now, the catch to that being, that means I'm streaming 6 days in a row this week. And not getting any breaks until Sunday. So that's a thing to keep in mind. But it'll probably be fine, because I doubt it's going to be a super long stream. For one thing, and for two, I have half of Thursday to recover from everything there anyway, so it'll be fine. But I am unrolling the big raid list here to figure out where we're gonna go. Yeah, that's also why we're not going super hard today. Like, I could have, I feel like I have the energy where I could end up going like 8 hours today, but I'm gonna cut it here so that I don't end up trashing myself between today and tomorrow. You know, no sense overdoing it. Yeah, so schedule coming up, there's Far Far West tomorrow. That'll be at like 3:30 Eastern Standard Time, and then Thursday, still looking to be some Alerkit stuff, and that'll be at the usual like 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern, and then it's back to standard 2 o'clock Easterns for the rest of time. That'll be Friday with probably continuing the Archipelago that we've been doing every Saturday, and Saturday get more Archipelago just to make some more headway on that. Now, I'm still looking at the raid list, so it'll take me a solid minute or two here. Yeah, especially with that yawn coming through, it's pretty safe to say we're done here for the day. This could be an opportunity. No, they've been going for a while. Let's not go over there right now. I do want to send us all over there at some point, but with them being like 5 hours in. Sounds good, Tara. You take care. Thank you for hanging out through all this. I'm just looking at the list and trying to get brain to process. Possibly this one. Possibly this one. Before anybody panics about not hearing game audio, that's because I turned it off so I can look into people's streams before we go. I'm scouting ahead, as I always do, in case anybody's wondering about that. Oh no! It's almost like you were just told. Ah! I have too many options again. Why must I always have too many options? Well, that's a shame for you, Charlotte. That's just a real shame right there. You won't have to deal with it for long. It'll only be another minute or two. No, I don't really go over to people when they're doing React stuff. I'm not interested in that. Are you actually present? You are. You've also been going for forever. Yeah, you really need the small gling 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 and the sound of the fire that badly, huh? I mean, you are doing a donathon, but you're doing like a whole thing. You've not been live for that long, so you know what? Sure, we'll go with that. There, now you can have your fire clunkies back. Now that I scouted out enough. Okay, so, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. It has been a fair bit of a trip here today. But we've got all the primal bonfires done, so that's good. I do think we're in the last third of the game. I wouldn't say we're close to finishing, particularly, I don't think, but we are closer to finishing than we are to starting, that's for sure. It's gonna really depend very heavily on how well things go from here, I think. How well we manage to finish the game. I would be inclined to think we have 2 more sessions left. But I don't know that. That's just my gut instinct feeling. I'm gonna go ahead and get that timer started. We're gonna go see Scarlet, who's playing some Tomodachi Life Living the Dream, which promises to be a strange experience. It's apparently part of a donathon she's doing, so, you know, we support our friends who are doing donathons. Yeah, don't have anything else to add. Be good to Scarlet, she's good people, and I will see you all next time, hopefully. Good night, everybody.